A time tonight on a Friday night to give the audience what they're excited about, looking for. Welcome again here to our roundtable. The three amigos. We have a replacement face, but it's becoming a commonplace now with Josh Reed here. Thanks, guys. Josh, what's happening in the world? What are the most exciting things happening in the battle for Earth today?
A Battle for Earth or Battlefield Earth, I think, is a great topic for tonight. There's a lot of things happening in the context of the prerequisites being laid out for accountability, for arrest, for all of this stuff to happen. We see this kind of inching its way into the scene. But that's not really the things that I'm paying attention to right now. We have Iran, which obviously Trump came out and said there's a deal, and then Iran's like, no. And now Trump is getting ready to bomb the crap out of Iran again. I think that we need to set that stuff aside for a minute because there's something that I think is bigger on the table here. And, I've been following the UFO, the UAP stuff for a little while. And, for a long while. I've been involved in this stuff for, 2 decades now. And what I'm seeing is quite interesting. So you have Tim Burchett that's out there saying, hey, the deep state's getting involved. This is why you're seeing a bunch of nothing burgers coming from the DOD. And I disagree. I had Tim Burchett on my show about a month ago, right?
All that.
And I disagree with that assessment because when you start to look at the UFO secrecy that has happened over the last 80 years, there's a few different things that tend to make sense. And I know there's people out there that have been whistleblowers and talked about, jet black craft that hover and they're involved in taking migrants up. And we're hearing about all of this. Funny thing is, I wrote an article before anybody ever was talking about that stuff about a year and a half ago. Now, there are aspects of all of this stuff, but there's something that I kind of want to get out of my head tonight for everybody because there's something coming. And I don't know if that means literal or legitimately, but there's something coming. And I think that we all need to start wrapping our head around what this might be. This last week, we started hearing rumblings. Eric Weinstein, Dr. Eric Weinstein, who was a UFO denier for the longest time, is now saying, I'm 100% a believer. You have Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, I'm a believer. You have Michio Kaku going on Fox News saying, I'm a believer. And they're saying just from the evidence of the grainy videos that are coming out from the DOD, they're believers. But Eric Weinstein said something very, very interesting. He said that I was actually contacted by the White House communication team, me and other scientists, on what was the right way to go about on disclosure, telling people that we are not alone in the universe. And then you had just 2 weeks ago, the pastors and the priests that were contacted by the White House communication office doing the same thing. Prepare your people for UFO extraterrestrial disclosure. And then just recently, Jeremy Corbell, people know he's kind of involved in a lot of this with a lot of the congressional hearings. He came out and said that he was contacted by the same White House team. So in other words, we're getting the White House that is saying that, like, no matter what, we are moving forth with this level of disclosure. And so one of the things that I wanted to do, I want to read this post that I wrote the other day, because this is what we're seeing with the levels of disclosure. And I think it's really important to differentiate between what we're seeing right now. And then I'm going to get into the ideas of what I think is going to happen, of what's going to come. Because everything that we're seeing right now, the build up to artificial intelligence, moving to ASI, the hidden war between the U.S., China, the globalists, the old guard, all of this is about this one topic. Whether people can put that together or not, it's all about this one topic. When Donald Trump is talking about a golden age, when he's talking about the Great Awakening, when he's talking about a revolution in technology, this is primarily what he's talking about. Now, a little background. 80 years there's been this secrecy surrounding this whole community. Whether it's a secret space force or what, the one thing is evident, that the high level of this technology has been kind of branched off to various different factions. And we know that the white hats, the good guys, the patriots, have had control of this for the latter half of the last 80 years. That what we would consider to be the deep state, the cabal, these factions have only more recently got involved in this technology. I was talking to a general, 4-star general. I'll just put that out. I'm not going to put the guy's name out there. And we were talking about this type of disclosure. And I said, you know, one of the main reasons I look at the secrecy behind all of this is simply because you can't allow the Obamas, the Clintons, the deep staters, and the globalists to get access to this technology. And he started grinning and he goes, let me tell you something. And he went on to say that we've held a lot of this technology for the longest time away from these people. And the massive secrecy has been primarily for that. But then we're hearing other rumblings this week that, hey, the secrecy wasn't about keeping it away from humanity. It was about keeping it away from the nefarious ETs or interdimensionals that are abducting our people and doing various different evil things on our planet because we didn't want them to know that we're becoming technologically advanced. So there's multiple parallels to understand here. Now, we're watching Tier 1 disclosure right now. What is Tier 1? Agency reports filed by people who have no idea what they were observing. Censored data and reports of anomalous phenomena, historical documents describing witness observation and anomalous phenomena. The trend, it's all observational data. If something is there, we don't know what it is. That is Tier 1. Tier 2 disclosure, this is the next level. We have 10,000 new documents that are going to come out over the course of the next few weeks. These are internal assessments behind closed doors. Notice that we're not seeing this. We're not getting the generals or the intelligence community trying to rationalize what these things are. We're just getting the observationals right now. But this is going to be programs analyzing performance characteristics, propulsion signatures, transmedium travel, radar anomalies, nuclear correlations, biological effects, and intelligence evaluations. Not we saw something, but we have reason to believe the phenomena represents technology and intelligence beyond conventional explanation. Then you have Tier 3 disclosure, and that is the meat and the potatoes. That is the revealing of this technology. Now, I got it from really, really good sources that there is going to be... So what Donald Trump is doing right now is executive reauthorization. So all of these programs exist through various different chains of through the DoD, through compartmentalization within private companies and contractors, but still under DoD authority. So DoD does the hiring, DoD does the security clearances, and they still have primary authority over this. They hide them within these corporations to basically ensure that this doesn't get out. Now, during the Obama administration, we know Clinton sent 38 SAP emails, special access program emails, to a Chinese server, and that China got access to them. What was in them? That was the professors and the universities that were getting grants because they were, under the Obama administration, they were making a move to pull some of these SAP programs out of these black budget programs and put them into the universities to get them out there to universities that they controlled, Harvard, Stanford, Yale, MIT, so forth, to get them out there so they could begin developing this technology commercially and have their people in control of it, as well as China begin developing this technology and learn the secrets that we learned. Now, this is kind of around the time frame, early 2000s to the late 2000s, of when the deep state really got access to this type of technology. So they're a little bit behind the curve. And we know that one of the things they're doing is they're going out there and they're abducting these migrants that are flowing over the border, and they're taking migrant children. They're taking migrants that have psychic abilities. There's something to do with third world country people and the lack of technology that increases the psychic ability within people. And one of the interesting parts about all of this is this technology seems to be consciously actuated, as in your consciousness is what drives this level of technology. And I always found that fascinating because that's something that we've been saying for well over a decade when I first found all of this out and started talking to people about this. Now, why is the Trump administration going through executive reauthorization of this technology? Why now? Why specifically now? Well, we can look at the Genesis mission in AI, that we finally have the capabilities to compute the physics and the dynamics of this. AI brings about one aspect of it, quantum computing another aspect of it. The amount of processing that these things have to do, just these small little drones, the amount of computational power within them is far greater than any supercomputer we currently have on this planet. So we can reverse engineer the technology, but we never had the vast computational power to go out there and run these things. So that's being present right now. But from what I'm gathering is that between 2027 and 2028, something's going to happen. I want to say blue beam or or a fake alien invasion or anything like that. I think it's the real deal. I think that there's something coming. I think that there's something coming to this planet, and Trump is trying to prepare the world for whatever it is. And I think that the deep state, the globalists, they knew this, and they were preparing the war for their overseers to come back. And Trump is like, no, we got the technology, we're going to fight it for whatever it is. This is the indication that I'm kind of getting, is that there's something dark about all of this, and there's a rush to get this technology into the hands of people and innovate as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And this has been going on for thousands of years, where humanity advances and it gets knocked back down. So this time we're going to be able to advance. I think we are. If we look at the ancient temples of Dendara, they have basically these carvings, looks like aliens that are carved in there. And we see in other Abydos, there's looks like blimps and tanks and helicopters carved in the stone. Some of these have been we haven't seen them for thousands of years, and then they unearthed it and saw it. So it's not like something recent where somebody got in there and carved this stuff. So we've been dealing with this for a long time. The Majestic 12, basically, they came to Eisenhower and said, when they had that crash where we have these ancient, or not ancient, but alien technologies. They came to Eisenhower and they're like, hey, we're going to give you this. All you have to do is give us like 300,000, people, like Josh is talking about now. They keep seizing people. And he's like, no, we're not going to do that. But there were this industrial group, 12 Majestic 12 corporations, which said, we'll do it. And so behind the scenes, outside of the realm of the military, the real military, and Eisenhower, they started to work with these alien types and all the technology that they got from them. Same thing happened with the Nazis. So Nazis were dealing with these guys, these negative ETs, and eventually it got Eisenhower and the white hats, if you will, got word of this, and they started to develop very rapidly their own technology, and so we're to the point now where we have a higher, more efficient, more impactful level of technology than they do, and so they're scrambling, trying to stop us out. It's not going to happen. So yeah, I agree with Josh. We're at Iran. That's a nothing burger compared to what's going on with the technologies that we're seeing that are about to really come out. So, directed energy weapons, we're seeing directed energy weapon use all across America and the world. This is the bad guys using that. That's getting shut down. And then some of the technologies, the HARP technologies, creating storms. We didn't have any hurricanes last year. So, things are moving in the right direction, but still we're going to have these guys trying, pull some fast ones, but I don't think they're going to be successful. Maybe a little bit here and there. We have, some serious problems with the Muslim population, throughout the United States that we need to clean up. That's been a problem. I've dealt with this for most of my career, at least 30 of my 35 years of working in the SEAL teams at the highest levels and the CIA at highest levels. The negative Muslim type are a big threat to humanity, and they're in bed with the Democrats here in the United States. So this is something that has to be, rectified. And President Trump is fighting this war on all of these levels, all at once. He's not the only one. We have, groups all around the world that are doing the same thing. So a massive movement to take down this deep state that's been entrenched for thousands of years. This is monumental. It's a monumental time in U.S. history and for the world. So, Josh is right on. There's a bigger thing that's going on right now, and we may see some fireworks before we see things get any better. Will President Trump hit this weekend? Who knows? In Iran, it seems to be on the cusp. But maybe he'll just extend it out a little bit, that group out. Every day that goes by, they aren't making money. People are quitting. Their military, their law enforcement not showing up. So it's starting to really, have an impact. But it's also having an impact on the people of Iran. So they'll sacrifice the people all day long, forever,
Mhm.
to stay in power. So I don't know how we go. I've said that we have to hammer them out, because I've been part of that my whole career, where we went after these guys and eliminated them. So we're at the heart of this now, because I was always like, why don't we just go take out Iran? They're the ones that are causing all these problems all over the Middle East. Now we're there. So this is a very good time.
Well, I can tell you my view has been that they've in the last probably 15, 20 years, they've actually started soft disclosure of aliens here on the planet. I've said this many times. All you got to do is watch a Democratic National Convention on TV and watch the camera sweep the crowd. It looks like the bar scene in Star Wars. Like, Jesus, where do they find these things? These are definitely off-planet freaks, 3 heads, and all kinds of crazy shit. But that to me has always been soft disclosure. The interesting thing about laying the groundwork for this is that you have to prepare the psychology of people, and I've learned years ago, about a decade ago, you got the alliance powers and the cabal powers. The same war's been going on off planet as it has here on the planet as well, and it seemed like the alliance was on the brink there for probably in the last 8 to 10 years, but they got the upper hand now, and they've been seizing all these off-planet assets. And that's things that people have not heard anything about this, or thinking, what are you talking about, off-planet assets? Yeah, there's quadrillions of dollars of infrastructure built off-planet. And talk about us becoming an interstellar race. We've been an interstellar race for quite some time, just not all of us. It's just those powers that have control of those technologies. But what I find interesting is that, and I said this as soon as Trump, and in my opinion, the first step toward disclosure was when Trump announced Space Force. Because the day he said that, I said, here we go. Because you have these technologies that are so advanced that if humanity finds out that, as we said before, Mikey and I have talked about this, 0 point energy, all these technologies that have been around forever. And people would learn that, and they would just get so pissed, and because and if this stuff existed, you would see a breakdown, total chaos, breakdown of social services, people rioting, just going crazy. And so how do you introduce these level of technologies that are now going to be dropped on humanity? I guess the two competing viewpoints is the on-planet alliance wants a very slow disclosure over 20 to 50 years, which started about 15 years ago. The off-planet alliance wants to drop it right on the heads of humanity because they feel they can handle it. Guys down here is like, no way. I was a proponent of like, hey, drop it all on our heads. We will figure it out. Because who wants to wait 20 to 50 years? And I don't believe that anymore. I think this slow rollout is what we can accept and understand, so we don't have this breakdown. But on top of that, how do you bring it to the consciousness of humanity? Well, as soon as Trump announced Space Force, I said, there you go. That is their umbrella that they can start introducing this infrastructure to humanity that's going to change everything. And how are we going to react? What are people going to say? All of a sudden, we build spacecraft or like aircraft carriers, like Captain America, 6 miles long, massive, and comes up out of a canyon. You're like, oh my God, look at that thing. Yeah, that actually exists. How do you disclose that? Well, people are going to say, holy crap, look at what Space Force built. To be cheering, yeah, that's awesome, as opposed to, what, these bastards have kept this from us for all this time, and we've had this chaos on the planet. So the bomb that dropped for me on this, it blew me away. It was Jesse Waters. You guys saw the segment, like,
Yep.
holy shit. He's coming out and saying, look, there's 4 different races of extraterrestrials. You got Nordics, you got Greys, you've got the arachnids, or whatever you call them, the ant people, and you've got the Draco reptilians, whatever you call them. I mean, think about dropping that on something as mainstream as Fox News. I was like, holy shit. Talk about just ripping the brakes off the car and just hitting the gas. Now, most people you would think would be like, what are these talking? These guys are crazy, right? but I didn't see any of that reaction. People are thinking, holy, my God, it's real. They really are aliens. I thought that was a very positive indicator that humanity, at this point in time, I believe is prepared for the big one to be dropped on top of us. And I've said this for years now. And again, it sounds like I'm always attacking religion. It's not religion I'm attacking. It's the dogmatic thinking where we were pulled off the playing field. Christ tried to help us understand this is the power you all have. This is what they stole from you. And how I explain, the quantum physical realm of our Creator, that's been wiped off the playing field for all of us humans. And that's Christ is trying to say it. Look, these works you will do, and even greater than I. Religion has had this grip on humanity and kept us enslaved, sitting back waiting for our Savior to come and clean the planet up. I said on the biggest stages in the country, but on religion is the worst single thing that has ever happened to humanity. In the case where we're taught in the Bible, just if somebody strikes you, turn the other cheek. Well, I just put out a picture today on Telegram showing Christ busting some asses and tables and throwing people out. That's not turning the other cheek. That's coming in like a warrior. That's not a sheep. That's a lion, and kicking some serious ass. And you guys have seen this. It's frustrated me that we need humanity to stand up and say we are done with this bullshit. Everything that they're doing to strip us to the bone of our rightful experience here, and all we have to do is stand up. We don't have to fight. I've said for years, we outnumber these bastards by the billions, but we are programmed through religion to sit back and just accept it, and somebody's going to save us. I've believed that all through my Christian life when I became born again Christian at 14 and 2 decades of that. But at this point in time, I've come to realize, we're the one you've been waiting. You're the one you've been waiting for. They're waiting. The military is waiting for us. The non-terrestrial intelligence, the benevolent intelligence, are waiting for us. When our wake up's different than what they think. Our wake up is that the depravity that's happening on the planet is at the behest of the world powers and the leaders of every country. Theirs is to wake up, man. How can they not see their own power? What they can actually do? This incredible human species. So for me, however it plays out, I think you're right, Josh. When you drop something like that on Fox News and brings up the mantids, like ant-faced people that are conscious humans of high intelligence, like we are. They just, have had DNA fusions of whatever creatures they've created, and what these guys have shared with me, we're the direct result of 22 separate genetic experiments over the course of time to perfect whatever, and the human species comes to this place. People say, no, wait a second, God created us, Adam, Eve, the rib taken out of Adam. You know what? Very simplistic form, 100% true, I believe that. Just over 1 billion years, right? We all come out of the elements of the planet. Every element that's in the earth is up in the air just floating around. We are all from the same elements. How it comes up in the storyline is open for debate. But I think we're all saying the same thing, just in a different time frame or speed. But if this is where they're taking us right now, I say there's nothing else more important to happen for humanity than the disclosure of high intelligence. Why are they here? They haven't destroyed the planet. They obviously have a very special interest in this human species. You start asking, what is it? What is it about us that they have this sort of eye on humanity, and they want us to join those ranks of, interstellar travel and civilization, whatever. So whatever it is, I think you're right, Josh. Man, this whole conflict, Iran, Cuba, next, all these things are pale in comparison to what's really happening at the highest levels.
Well, it's also about getting the whole world prepared and ready for this. So you have to dismantle the old world infrastructure, and that's what Venezuela and Cuba and Iran were. Red Pill Lion put out a quote from me from 925, and he actually tagged it in here. He said, "What we are dealing with is a very, very ancient dark cult. One that has ruled over this planet for a very long time, and they are being systematically dismantled at a time that they were most powerful, and it only happened because you woke up." And that is the truth in the matter. And if we go to look at what you were just talking about, the trickle down disclosure of what we're getting with UFOs, ETs, and aliens, I think what's going on is that there are gatekeepers right now that are not allowing access by the executive branch into these programs. The way Trump does things is he acts stupid upon them, but then puts out simple directions and very subtle clues. I think what you're going to get is one of these Tuesday or Wednesday nights, Trump's going to come out to the Oval Office at the Resolute desk, and he's going to go on at 9 p.m. on all mainstream media, on all mainstream news, and he's going to announce that we are not alone in the universe. I've just been briefed, and I've seen the documents. They're about to be released. We are not alone in the universe. I think that that's going to happen, because what that does is that is a paradigm-changing event for the world. Whether we all know the truth, but how many billions of people in the world don't even think about that or don't realize that? And the moment that you have that seed beginning to set within the minds of humanity, and then the technology starts rolling out, and you start seeing scientists begin to innovate towards that direction, towards hypersonic travel, towards anti-gravitics, towards free energy type of devices. We stop trying to redevelop the rocket engine, and we start moving towards exotic physics, because obviously this is where it's at, because if they're doing it, then it's real, and if it's real, then there's something wrong with our theory. Now we can readjust. And the beautiful thing is that what you're just saying, you said it a little while ago, you said that this spaceship's going to rise up from the mountains, and people are going to be like, yeah, that's Space Force built that, not the 80 years of these black programs. You're absolutely right, but here's how it's going to happen. You have the Genesis mission that Trump put out there through executive order. You have 40,000 scientists that are going into the Genesis mission. You're going to have the release of this information, drip, 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 disclosure, flood. And then AI is going to figure out the science, give the plans and designs for innovation. People like Elon Musk are going to step in, and they're going to commercialize and innovate this stuff within a matter of a year or two. And you're going to start seeing flying anti-gravitic craft. And people are like, oh my God, yeah, that's all. Trump and Space Force did that. That's how that's going to look, not 80 years of reverse engineering by these black projects.
I'm going to see if I can show you guys something real quick here. I'm handling the I have the con tonight because Lisa's off on a Friday night. I'm going to see if I can do a screen share here on this. I'm not sure if it'll work. If it doesn't, I'll just read it. Can you guys see anything on that screen, or is it just blank?
It's asking to share my screen.
Your screen, okay. We might have set that up for you earlier, but I'm just going to go ahead and read it and come right back to you guys. This is Q drop, and obviously this is of the highest level of importance. This is interesting. Q drop 2222, September 19th, 2018, at 8:25 p.m. Eastern. Here comes an anon asking. The question is, Q, are we alone? Question mark, and it says Roswell? Question mark. And here comes Q team back and says no. Highest classification, and all highlighted in red. Consider the vastness of space. I mean, it doesn't get any more direct than that. That's high level intelligence. Yeah, no, we're not alone. Consider the vastness of space. So when they put that out, it was just another indicator. Trump talking Space Force, probably about the same year or a year later. Now the military intelligence is saying, yeah, no, we're not alone. Consider the vastness of space.
Pop this one up on the screen. If you can just go right at the bottom right there, just hit share. You'll see it. There's a screen with a Q post right there.
Is it left-hand side, or how do I do that?
It's right. It should be right next to me. If you look at your picture right below you,
okay,
there should be something to put that up on the screen.
Let me see if I can. What does it look like? Is it like two arrows going this way or something like that?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Let's see what happens. That didn't do it.
No. Okay, well, I can read the Q post. So
streaming mode. Okay.
November 22nd, 2022. Why that's important is this is the last Q post. What is coded in your DNA? Who put it there? Why? Mankind is repressed. We will be repressed no more. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Information is power. How do you protect your DNA? There is a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. Ascension. Now,
was a big one.
It's huge. And you're saying is, why are these extraterrestrials interested in us? Now, I know a lot of people out there are like, they're demons. They're demons. I disagree. The reason I'll disagree is because angels and demons.
J.D. Vance said that recently. They're demons. I'm like,
angels and demons throughout biblical times and throughout history, one thing that we always see is that they're never engaged within technology. They are always engaged within the spiritual realm, ethereal realm of how they operate. These things use technology. And actually, that's a big giveaway to why they're interested in us. Because they have to use technology in order to traverse the vastness of space or interdimensionality or to do the things that they do. We don't. And this is one of the...
That's
this is one of the interesting things.
That's the hidden knowledge, right? You just said it. That is the hidden knowledge and capability that humanity has, but we don't understand it. It's been buried. It's been whatever coded, maybe coded in our DNA to block it or whatever. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So when we start talking about out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, dreams, the dream world, the dream realm, all of this stuff is integrated directly with all of this stuff. Now, going back to the DNA part, one of the things that people heard this last week that came out was that the CIA was involved with 23andMe to capture people's DNA looking for alien hybrids. That's interesting. Interesting because on my Substack, I literally wrote a blog about that a year ago on Jeffrey Epstein, because that's what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. And people want to know, the CIA has an incubator out there along with DARPA known as In-Q-Tel. Google... first money came in from In-Q-Tel. Google Maps was nothing more than old CIA Corona satellite imagery. Okay? Very well known in the communities about all of this, how CIA gave Google its first products. So Google, Sergey Brin. You remember Sergey Brin and Larry Page were subpoenaed by the Attorney General in the Caribbean when she was investigating Jeffrey Epstein? Nobody ever figured out why. I can tell you why. Jeffrey Epstein owned two companies, the New Albany Company and the Southern Trust Company. The New Albany Company is the one that he had with Lex Wexner. Both of these companies were DNA mining companies. DNA mining companies. This New Albany Company was located, headquartered on an island in the Caribbean owned by Google. Just so happened ran a Google quantum AI data center on that island. Now, what's more interesting is Sergey Brin's ex-wife, Anne Wachowski, was the CEO of 23andMe. 23andMe and then two other companies that existed in Europe at the same time were nothing more than honeypotting operations for the intelligence agencies and for Google to gather all of this DNA information, pull it in, and then when they had everything, they took it by a cyber attack. Once they had everything, they shut all of these companies down. Now, why was Epstein important? He was a procurer of children for these advanced projects of DNA manipulation, of cloning, of biomedical research. He was selling to big tech, he was selling to intelligence agencies, and he was selling to various other tech companies. Now, the interesting part is a lot of this research was being done in deep underground military bases. A lot of it was being done in third world countries, 72 biolabs in Ukraine. You notice that Tulsi Gabbard made her announcement a week after she announced that she was investigating the 72 biolabs in Ukraine. And they had that technology in the 60s and the 70s. But think what they have now. And I directly believe that people in the Trump administration are being targeted by this level of weaponization. But the question becomes why? Because they're getting too close. Todd Blanche pulled back the Epstein files. Why? Because the next level of Epstein files gets released was financial data. That financial data begins to show that many of the people that Epstein had under contract were the Department of Defense and intelligence agencies. And what was he doing? He was selling DNA information and children being procured for biogenetic experimentation. This is the big secret in Washington, throughout the world, that everybody at the elite class, they all know, but nobody's saying anything because it implicates all of the top intelligence agencies, the Department of Defense, governments. I mean, Tim Burchett was on my show, and he said, he goes, my biggest fear, and he goes that this is really legitimate. We just talked to a whistleblower on this, is that the Department of Defense is actually involved in genetic engineering of super soldiers. And I said, no shit, we knew that. like that's new to you? Like,
have you met Mike Jaco?
Have you met Mike Jaco?
Yeah.
So you mentioned that President Trump could come out possibly and talk about the UFO. This would be monumental because I don't know, Josh, you won't remember this, but maybe Scott might remember. 1976 presidential campaign. Jimmy Carter came out and said he saw a UFO, and that when he came into office, that he would have all the stuff that was there revealed. When he came into office, he reneged on that. So maybe a lot of people voted for him because he was going to do that. Because I remember as a teenager and so forth, everybody was talking about UFOs back then. And here we have a president's going to reveal on that. Yeah, let's get him in office. Let's do it. And then he didn't do it. So now President Trump is revealing. And if he does come out like you're talking about, Josh, that's going to be very, very monumental, because basically we're overcoming that MJ-12 control system. That's
right.
He's
going to overwhelm it by actual disclosure. He's going to go in front of the whole world and say, it's real, it's happening. I've been briefed. There's extraterrestrials. Yep, we're hearing that this is who they are. Confirming Bob Dean, confirming Robert Hellier, right? I mean, confirming all of this information. And once that's out of the bag, now think about the seed that gets planted in the physicists' minds and the engineers' minds. Wait, this is actually real. Okay, if this is real, how the hell are they doing that? And now they begin to developing and innovating. Now the idea of building bigger and better rockets, that goes away. We transition to a new state of technological innovation that we've never seen before. And within the next 10 to 15 years, watch out.
Yeah, and where did he reveal in? He revealed in Playboy magazine, CIA-controlled Playboy magazine. Of course, Hugh Hefner was an early form of Epstein. So that's control systems everywhere. They're breaking down. We're destroying them. So it's a great time.
Yeah, the battlefield. You mentioned. I mean, you said it, Josh, early on. The battlefield on the planet is what we see. What we think is a battlefield is a smokescreen. It's a smokescreen for various reasons. It's a smokescreen for the transition. It's a smokescreen to shift the axis of power into the hands of the good guys, like the whole Western Hemisphere idea, putting us in a place where all the resources we need are right here. That, in my opinion, it makes sense. On every level, it makes sense, militarily, economic, in every way, shape, or form. But when you said that earlier, you're right. There is a bigger battle here. There's a bigger play here, and it's always, always behind the scenes. It truly is the Wizard of Oz playing this thing out. But even for the people like us, we consider ourselves the good guys, part of the white hat operation. I think we're going to be completely blown away when this curtain opens and we get to see really the deepest parts of what they're working on, what they're trying to free humanity from, and then we get a picture of it. There's multiple operations all simultaneously taking place every single day on different fronts. As you know, Mike, highly compartmentalized. One group doesn't know what the group over here is doing. It's pieces of the puzzle being built, assembled, because if anybody knows at all, that's why we learned at the Q team is, who is it and how many are there? The answer was there are less than 10 and 3 are non-military. That's what we know. So that means basically 9 or fewer people know everything of this entire operation from front to back of what's going on. And if in fact it had to be that way because too much information of everything in the hands of too many people, there's always going to be a leak. What fascinates me is through all this, there are no leaks. I mean, think about this, guys. Just in this term, has there been a single leak on anything? We haven't seen that shit for decades. Every president has leaked everything, but everything is locked down so tight right now that I'm not even sure day to day what's happening for real in these different factions of the battle going on. But the battlefield is not just regional, it's the entire planet. And I think that's why now they're coming forward to disclose non-terrestrial interaction with humanity. And what I'm always wondering is, how do we can say this, but people are there, everybody's from the show me state now. Okay, that sounds pretty amazing, and I don't disbelieve it. Show me. How do they introduce to the world, check this dude out. See this tall, handsome-looking Norwegian or Swedish-looking dude? Whatever his name is. Yeah, he's from another star system. He's from another planet. How does that play out? How do they introduce a live being to humanity all around the world? How does that happen?
Yeah, real quick, read the Red Pill Lion has a great little thing in the chat. UFO, uncontrollable female outrage. Where mama bears, mama lions came out and went in those school boards and said, oh, hell no, you're not going to do this to my children. And then it just blew that bullshit lie up. So, yeah, we're making some great headway. Good job, mama bears. And that was great.
And I think we're moving towards something like, you know, you had John Ramirez, former CIA, coming out and talking about 2027 is when he had on through discussions of an event. You had Lou Elizondo, who would refuse to talk specifically about that time frame in 2027 to 2028. There is almost an urgency behind letting people know what's going on very, very fast, right? So from what I'm gathering is that there's potentially something that's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be China announcing that they have anti-gravitic technology, or if it's going to be, a deep state faction that is going to try to fake a UFO invasion, or if it's going to be extraterrestrials. Now, I do have a theory here. I wrote this article about a year ago. Now, Mark Andreessen, who's one of the AI guys that's on Trump's tech boards and stuff like that, he was just on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he says that we already obtained artificial general intelligence. So AI right now is as smart as the whole of humanity, has as much intelligence as the whole of humanity. That's huge. Now, the time frame between AGI and ASI, artificial superintelligence, to where its intelligence goes beyond us, that could be a few seconds, an hour, a month, 10 years. We don't know. It could happen at any point. And if people want to kind of understand artificial superintelligence, if anybody remembers the book, or if you watch the movie, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, okay, there's a computer, the super grand computer, that was created by the two smartest beings in the universe. And they ask it, what is the purpose of what is the meaning of life? What is the purpose of the universe? And it goes, come back in 3.7 million years. And they come back in 3.7 million years, and they have this big ceremony, and it comes out and it says, the answer, the biggest question in the universe is 42. And they're all like, what? 42? Makes no damn sense. He's like, no, I've calculated it billions of times. It's 42. Well, here's the thing. Is the advanced AI supercomputer understood the solution. The intelligent beings did not. Why? Because its intelligence was so far beyond anything that we can comprehend. We're mere ants in its presence at the level of intelligence. So 42 was the right answer, but it was the right answer at that high level of intelligent computation. And so we're moving towards artificial superintelligence. Now, anybody out there is a Star Trek fan, they know about two different things. Number one, the Prime Directive, and number two, First Contact. The Prime Directive is you do not get involved with a developing civilization because you could taint them or destroy them or whatever it might be. And then once they've obtained a superior level of technology to be able to traverse the stars, that's when First Contact comes. Well, what if there was another technology that actually prompted First Contact? It wasn't just hyper light travel. What if it was artificial superintelligence? Because with artificial superintelligence, if that thing rose up and destroys this civilization and then teaches itself how to travel amongst the stars, it could destroy other worlds, which means that is a point of ingression where an alien species would have to come out here and make first contact right when we've obtained artificial superintelligence. So I think that what we're about to see, and by the way, this theory spans off of he was on a ship heading toward Antarctica. From what we heard, Jaime Hashem, 4-star IDF general, came out in an interview and said that the rumor is Trump met with 3 species of aliens that consider themselves the Galactic Federation. He wanted to disclose to the world in 2020 of extraterrestrials. He was told that humanity's not ready. And he said they told him not to do it. I think Trump is pressing force with this because we know this. I think that artificial superintelligence, which is going to be obtained probably in the next year and a half, I honestly think that the U.S. government, we've already obtained it. That's why all this is happening. That's what the Q computer was that did all these calculations that formatted this out. Palantir obtained it a long time ago, and that's a defense computer that they own. But when we go into this idea is that once ASI is obtained publicly, that's when first contact's going to happen. And I believe that's going to be between 2027 and 2028.
So you talking from a protective standpoint to mitigate anything bad that would go wrong.
I think that ASI is going to happen, and then we're going to see some UFOs descend from the sky, and you're going to get some, maybe Nordics or mantis-like creatures that are going to come out and say, "Take us to Donald Trump. We want to talk to him," right? And I think that the world at that point in time should be already knowledgeable and understanding on these topics.
Well, my personal desire is that the one they march out is a smoking hot reptilian. That's just something that's in my bucket list. I want to see one, right?
You're going back to the V series, the Vril.
Oh, goodness gracious! That's not smoking hot. That's one evil son of a bitch. That's one scary little.
But do you remember the new miniseries? They had that one chick on there, the black. Oh, she was smoking.
I've been hearing that.
So there's good reptilians, right, Mike?
Or decimating the bad ones. What's that?
There are good, yeah. There's good reptilians, aren't there?
Yeah,
there's benevolent ones, right? Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it's going to be crazy, man. The next. I'm so excited for the next 5 years because what we're about to find out and learn. I mean, every month we're finding a new conspiracy theory that's becoming true. I mean, guys, this is the Great Awakening. It is happening for all the people in the audience, man. Like, someone said it already happened. Well, yeah, I get that, but we're talking about 9 billion people on the face of this planet who don't know what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. And the thing is that we might think that we're humanity, but we're part of a greater family here, and that you have to get this whole planet on board with what's happening. And that's what Iran and Venezuela and Cuba and Europe and Ukraine and Russia, that's what all this is about. It's about dismantling this old world infrastructure that was meant for power and control over the people and re-implementing this to a multipolar world framework to where sovereignty and kind of sovereignty and the prosperity of humanity thrives. I mean, that's what we're moving to. But here's the thing is there's people out there that don't want that to happen, and they are trying to intervene at every damn level they can. And I think that they've realized right now that they've lost. Yeah. And, they lost many years ago, but they're realizing now that they lost. And what they're trying to do is to replan their integration of their agenda, 2028 past. We'll see what happens. I don't think they're going to be successful at all.
Yeah, and we just saw Romania get hit by Russian drones, but those were drones that were being fired. Yeah, exactly. That were being fired at the Ukrainians in port city of what's that port city right there?
Odessa.
Odessa, thank you. So they shot because basically they shot from Odessa at some Russian ships that were going down through Turkey, and they get hit. So they responded. You hit us, we hit you, and some of those drones were intercepted and went into Romania and blew up in Romania and hit some buildings in Romania. Now they're all like, "Oh, look, Russia's attacking NATO." They tried this already with Poland, but this is what we're talking about. They're going to continually try and spark something a little bit bigger. We have to be bigger and not get, and I think Trump is not going to do anything. Somebody responded from the U.S. I don't know who it was, but they're like, "Oh yeah, Russia bad, and we're going to talk about this." And they're like, "No, we're not going to talk about this. This is bullshit." And quotation marks, like Josh said, yeah, we hit them, or Russia hit them. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, Putin already came out and he's like, "What drones? What drones? There was no drones that we intentionally flew into Romania." And he goes, "You mean the Ukrainian missiles?" That's what he was saying. Is the Ukrainian missiles? You mean that's what you're talking about? Because what happens is Ukraine wants Article 5 of NATO to be initiated so that the United States gets pulled into the war. The problem with that and why they haven't tried a big false flag is because they know that Trump and Putin are talking through back channels, and they know that the United States would pull out of NATO the moment that they tried that. And here's the thing is that Russia would walk all over Europe. Right now, Russia is incredibly strong. People are like, "Oh, Russia's weak." No. Russia. Russia would decimate Ukraine in 24 hours if they wanted to do absolute casualty of war. But they're being very respectful, and they're letting Europe just kind of engage them and do what they want, because Europe is burning off all of their hypersonic missiles, all of their ammo, which means that it's just making them weaker and weaker through time. And Russia could take over all of Europe if they wanted to, but they don't want to. They don't need to. They don't have to. Russia has the largest landmass on the freaking planet. They have uranium, they have oil, they have grain. There's two countries on this planet right now that could become isolationist countries, close off their borders, shut everything down, never talk to another country again, and survive for 250 years happily and peacefully. Russia and the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Don't need anything from anybody.
Brilliant. Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think
You know, I
Russia
wonder-
has $72 trillion worth of minerals and oil and everything. So yeah, they could easily do that, Josh. That's brilliant. Good job.
Think of the restraint. I mean, my respect for Putin, it really came on in 2015 about that time. In fact, before Trump actually ran, he had already announced, but I had stated once on Facebook, I said this before, how I put up there that Vladimir Putin is the only noble leader on the world stage, and I just watched the chaos ensue. People just flipped out because the programming, even Sean Hannity, I'm just like, I was talking to General Valley about this, like, what the hell's with Hannity constantly? Putin's a thug, he kills journalists, all this bullshit. This guy is, first of all, the guy never violates international law. He's an attorney. This guy could have done so much damage on the planet, and he has always been restrained, just sitting back. I mean, having the balls to come out in front of the world UN, saying the world leaders, or he said that how did he say it? The global. He's referring to the global leaders. He said the new world order. He said they worship Satan. Trump's not even said that.
Yeah.
To come out in front of the world and say things like that is actually stupefying, especially in the face of the war that they could launch and say the guy's a total lunatic. But I've had mad respect for this guy. In fact, I saw a video back in it's about the time whenever they were getting Yeltsin, whatever his name is, getting him out the drunk. And these oligarchs that had basically, through all the money that the United States sent $200 billion to Russia to start bringing capitalism into the country, and they put Gore in charge of it under Clinton. And what do we find happening? 6-7 years later, you have a group of about 20-30 guys who couldn't buy a cup of coffee now are oligarch multi-billionaires, and they're stripping the country of resources and people up in like 1 million people. Nobody knew about that. So when these guys brought Putin in at the edge of this time, and these oligarchs sat him at a conference table and said, look, you're never going to be president. He said, we'll see about that. So then when he became president, what did he do? He started using the Constitution to decapitate everything that they had, their holdings, put them in prison. And there was about 1 million tons of coal sitting in one of the ports. I don't know if it was their warm water port. But he went out in Siberia, and I saw the video where all these people, you see these dilapidated flats, and they're all surrounding him, and they're begging him, please help us, please don't leave. He said, I will not forsake you. I am coming back. And he goes back home, and then he goes to this port where there's this massive amount of coal sitting there. He said, by tomorrow, I want all that coal on those trains headed to Siberia. We're not losing one more Russian. And the response was, well, that's already been paid for by another country. And he said, I don't care. It's been sitting here for a year. Send it up there. And so obviously he saved a lot of lives, starts to rebuild the lifestyle and the standard of living for Russia. And people try to say, look, he's trying to reassemble the Soviet Union. I'm like, you kidding me? All these countries, all these stand countries, they were basically our welfare state here in the United States. They're a total drain. They provide nothing. They're draining off the entire Russian nation. And you want to reassemble that, all that third world bullshit? They wanted to offload that, never to have to deal with it again. So the last thing he was going to do was try to reassemble the Soviet Union. I have a friend of mine who was born in Odessa. In fact, he's a renowned foot and ankle surgeon, one of the top that there are. People fly around the world. He's been working on me for a little while, and he's become a personal friend of mine before I even left LA over here. And I sat in his office one day, and I said, it was like the day after Thanksgiving, and I'm having a real issue. He basically helped save my foot a second time, and I had no money too. And I just met the guy. He's young. He's younger than I am. He's probably mid 40s. But I said to him, I said, he said, sorry, I'm he, no nobody's in the office today, and I don't normally deal with this paperwork. I said, how's Obamacare working for you? And I knew as soon as he looked at me like this, I thought, here we go. And he just said what he said. 3 hours we sat in that room. Never even X-rayed me. Did nothing to me for 3 hours. All we did was talk politics. And this guy is so bright. In fact, he's one of the founders of um, is it RT or the Duran? The Duran. Yeah, he's one of the owners of the Duran. Extremely intelligent, hugely educated. He gave me the education of a lifetime on Putin, and Russia blew me away. Anyways, that just validated everything I thought about Putin since back in 2015 by the way he's conducting himself. The restraint that this guy has exercised in the face of this insanity, these insane attacks, and maligned like he was. I don't, so I said during this whole time, there's no doubt Putin's a good guy. There's no doubt Putin's working with Trump. But I think, again, the question then comes, is that Putin 1.0 or is that Putin 2.0? That's the only thing that I can't answer. Are we looking at Putin 2.0? Is he a white hat controlled figure? Is it the real Vladimir Putin?
Definitely 2.0, maybe even more at this point.
3.0, 4.0?
Could be, yeah. Now, Romania, that's where Dracula was, Vlad the Impaler. But he's in Romania, he's a hero, Christian hero, because he stopped the Ottoman Empire, which had far more people, warriors that were coming, and they basically, they impaled like, I don't know, 20,000 of their soldiers, and then the rest of the army came through and saw that, and they're like, okay, yeah, we're going to go back. So why are they trying to, provoke Romania? Is Romania, one of those countries that's going to flip? I don't think so. They're a Christian country, just like Russia. Now, what made Russia, flip from the Soviet Union back to the Republic of Russia was the child. Basically, they're stealing the children, doing the.
And then he'll restart negotiations again. And I think that's going to probably happen over the course of the next few weeks. At least that's my thoughts on it. But for the ET stuff, I think that we're in for a very, very big surprise. And I think that if you are alive in the next 5 to 10 years, which I'm sure everybody listening and every person on this podcast is going to be, you are going to see some advancements of technology that are going to blow your freaking mind.
Yeah.
You know what the most exciting is about that is the life extension stuff. That to me is people having a second chance at a real good life, because you think about the people that are living. You mentioned, Josh, everybody watching this. You got somebody in their 80s. They like my dad. My dad was always worried about, not worried, but he just kept saying, "Man, I just hope I'm alive to see this, see the ending of it or whatever." I said, "Oh, Pop, you're absolutely going to." I didn't know they were going to get to him, but I think about that in this time where the most exciting moment in the history of the human species is right now upon us. And there are people who are just hoping and praying that they're on the edge of the doorstep and they're just on their way out. Like, man, I just hope this happens so I can see this, I can watch this. And for me, I think the most important technology is the life extension technology of whatever that looks like, whether it's a pod. You talk about, Josh, the technological advancement. I've heard this, and I know you guys have probably heard the same thing. In the next 5 years, the advancement we're going to see, maybe it's 5 or 10 years, the advancement we're going to see is going to be a 500-year leap. In fact, there's a book written 30 years ago called The 500-Year Leap. In technology and advancement, and to just to watch that happen and see this become a Jetsons type planet, where now, and I think about all this stuff, that what happens to the planet when all this stuff hits us, because I said you want to change the entire planet, get anti-gravitics in our hands and let's go to work, because literally overnight you're talking about the dissolution of every road and street in the world, like picking it up off the ground, no more incursion on Mother Gaia, and no more car crashes, because you're on one plane and it's this way, that way, car crashes, 300,000 people crashes. When you have these planes, all these multi-dimensional planes where we have this vastness we could be traveling through and not making a danger for everybody. But I said to Sasha once, I said we were off the coast of Turkey or somewhere last fall on a ship, and we're looking at the infrastructure, and I'm just thinking, how do you transition that? How long is it going to take, same conversation, to deconstruct this concrete jungle of a planet and get rid of the ugliness of it all? He said it'll happen instantly. And the way he described it is it's the conscious or spiritual leap into, let's say it's a higher dimension, or basically transitioning into that dimension. And what you'll see is like a ripple effect, and all of a sudden it's all gone, and what you see replacing it is what it was supposed to be on a different timeline. I thought, man, how fascinating would that be to see that kind of a transformation, literally demolecularize or move through that wave field into maybe the advancement is that, but what we're sort of transitioning into what it was supposed to be without this yoke or this weight that kept humanity down. I mean, who knows? The wonderment of it all is going to be the best part, trying to figure out what it's going to look like and then having it actually happen. I think this is just an amazing time for all of us to be, number one, alive, but we actually get to talk about this without having yet another channel taken down. And obviously we've got the controls now, because here we are talking about things that would really get you just 5-6 years ago.
You know, just real quick on the life extension technology. I've been following a guy by the name of Dr. David Sinclair out of Stanford's longevity lab. And, a few years back, he was talking about all these things that they were working on, that they've basically extended the life of mice by 3 to 5 times. And he was asked the question, why only 3 to 5 times? He goes, because that's all we did. We could do it over and over and over and over again. So in other words, if you take a mouse into the average lifespan of a human, that's a human being living 250 years. And he said we could keep on going with it, and they've learned how to do it. And so at first they were using these designer stem cells that they had to pull out of an embryo clone of yourself. But more recently, this is where it gets really interesting. And then he goes, the other one is kind of a more proprietary supplement, but he goes, all you do is you wake up in the morning, you take this cocktail, you take it for about 2 weeks, and then you will de-age 20 years over the next 6 months. It's here. It's here.
You know, I've told my sister, my oldest sister, Colleen, was born blind in one eye, 10% vision in the other eye, because she has underdeveloped optic nerves. And 30 years ago, I remember at different public speaking events I talked about at some point in my life, I know somebody's going to step up and they're going to have the capability to solve that problem. And I told her that. I said, you're going to see in your lifetime. Now, this is a girl who has never taken a disability check, went to school, secondary education, has worked her own job, has her own home, and the only thing she can't do is drive. Everything she does, like you want a speaker system hooked up, all the wires and shit, she'll be like, just get out of the way, I'll take care of it. And she'll reach around and she uses her fingers. She can feel, I mean, it's a kind of a language where she can feel her way through things. Now, she has a computer screen as big as this here, and she's up close to it. Worked at Penn State, just retired from Penn State about 2 years ago, was in the Health and Human Services Department, has maintained that life, or had a job and lived a relatively normal life without the capacity. She can see close up, like if I'm coming toward her, she knows it's me, but seeing at a distance and seeing the beauty of the world is something she knows nothing about. And that's been one of my, I can't wait till we get to that time where they do what they do and develop these optic nerves fully, where for the first time ever, she's uncovered and she gets to see the whole world as we see it. And I think now we're right on top of that. So Colleen, I know you're watching this right now. So I told you 30 years ago, this day's coming. You're going to see what the earth looks like.
And she should reach out to that program, Dr. David Sinclair, because they're looking for people just like her.
Okay, I'll start looking. Can you direct me anywhere? Because I'll go to work on that.
I will get you his information.
Please do. Absolutely. Wouldn't that be something? See.
So the John of God, he abused hundreds of women. He was Oprah's spiritual leader.
Bill Clinton.
Also had a baby farm in Africa. So baby farms, to supply the reptilians. So this is one of the things we're disclosing now. Speaking of disclosure, Disclosure Day by Steven Spielberg, the new movie coming out, looks like it's going to be kind of what we're talking about, where ET has come to disclose, and there's like all these people are starting to have speak, and they're putting out all this stuff, and they're trying to stop it. MJ12 is probably trying to come in and stop these people and stop this ET from disclosing. So this is what a lot of us have been seeing. It's very frustrating to see that, some of my friends. But this is what we're going to see until we finally get control of MJ12 and stop them. So I think that's really where the focus. So all of these technologies we're talking about, they ain't coming out until we get control of those assholes.
Well, if had Gene Decode on here this past week, and we were
great.
talking about that. And by the way, Josh, you were talking about the eradication of these species. That's why Trump in the first term allotted $500 million to subterranean warfare training. I mean, who ever heard of subterranean warfare training? Some of the shit that these guys saw, like Marine forces, highly specialized Marine forces, running into stuff down there that absolutely terrorized them. And they had to fight these things. And some of these guys aren't even, they're not normal today. They're psychologically just fractured because of what they've seen. But
Old school install takes 2 hours? No thanks.
Not old school installs.
I hate 2-hour installs. So what do you guys see next? Like, obviously we know this is coming, this disclosure is coming. Let's jump back over to what's emerging right now with Cuba. What's the timeline to handle that situation next? You guys hearing anything?
I think
I
soon.
think we're going to do a Venezuela with Cuba.
Yeah, we're going to do a Venezuela with Cuba. I think Delta or ISI or SEAL Team 6, someone's going to get sent in there. They're going to grab Castro and bring him out because, think about this is one of the methods that Trump has used is decapitation events, right?
Yeah.
He goes in there, he takes out the Ayatollah, he takes out the IRGC leadership, he takes out Maduro. And Castro, whether people want to realize it or not, still controls much of Cuba. But he knows all the players involved. And that's the key, is to get him back here to the United States of America, face prosecution for the last days of his life, or he can talk. Or he can tell us, hey, tell us a little bit more information of what you know and who's involved. Why was Barry Soetoro over here during his first administration having a beer with you, right? What about Justin Trudeau? I mean, you just had Castro's daughter on mainstream media come out and say that Justin Trudeau is her brother.
Yeah. Mommy spent a lot of time over here.
Yep, his mommy spent a lot of time over here. And we would welcome him like family if he came on out, is what she said.
Wow. Yeah. That's good. We're going to see, a lot more of that, reveals on a level like that. But, that's soft disclosure right there. But for a lot of people, that would have been huge, like just 10 years ago. It would have been, and, we've been talking about it. We, the truth community have been talking about this for quite some time, revealing all of these different things. And now it's starting to hit it mainstream, kind of like Jimmy Carter back in 1976. I saw UFOs, and it's like, well, you're gonna disclose when you get in, right? Never happened. So we've been dragging our feet all this time. Although we haven't been waiting, we've been disclosing like crazy because we knew that they weren't going to, and we're tipping it, kind of like tip of the spear, tipping it. Tipping in the right direction.
Yeah, 100%. And Trump is doing, I think, prerequisite kind of laying down of the information, and we're seeing this on all levels, even the election integrity stuff. DNI Tulsi Gabbard is out in 30 days, and within that 30 days, I think we're going to have some revelations of information and her report on election integrity and infrastructure. And I think that those referrals to the DOJ are going to bring about some indictments, but it's going to give Trump the prerequisite to bring about a national emergency on election integrity and infrastructure, which is definitely going to change the scene. And right now we're seeing the Democrats. I've said this on your show. I said it on Scott's show. I said the Democrats have no money. They're broke.
Yep.
And nobody was mentioning it until this last week when you find out the Democrats are $3.1 million in debt. And I'm like, told you. How can you win elections if you're $3.1 million in debt? You can't. If all your donors are being arrested, Swalwell's a donor being arrested, or under federal investigation for ongoing criminal conspiracy, this is all the NGOs and infrastructure, Act Blue under federal investigation, they're done. They're cooked. We're watching the end of the Democrat Party, and I think that we're going to have a very, very happy ending to a lot of this. But the people out there, it's not over yet. There's still a lot of fight left in this chicken, and we have to go through the processes and the steps. But my sources and indications say that we've already obtained artificial superintelligence at the U.S. side, and that's a game changer. It's over. I mean, it's been game over since we've had that. And with that being said, the next stages is, I was talking about this a few weeks ago, is that we're 1 foot out of the old door and 1 foot in the new door, right? Right now, we're closing that old door and we're walking fully into the new door. That's kind of where we're at with the worldview of where we're headed.
Yeah. So, over the last couple of weeks, now next week, we're going to see Spencer Pratt, take out the LA mayor. Wow. That would be like we're talking about. The Democrats that don't have any money anymore. Spencer Pratt, I think he had like 2.7 million, could be a little bit higher. And his opponents only had like, hundreds of $1,000s. So he had like 10 times more than either one of those knuckleheads that are running for the Democrat Party. So we may see on January 2nd, Spencer Pratt, if he gets 51%, he's done. He's got it. It's done. There's no runoff. He's going to be the next mayor. Wow, if that happens.
I agree, and that's going to be the tide that begins to turn, because I think that's a signal for the governor election in California. Which removing Swalwell from the scene was one of the best things that could happen for that.
Yeah.
And then that puts every blue state on notice. I mean, you just had what was it? DHS Secretary Mark Wayne, come out, Mark Wayne Mullen, and he said that if these states, blue states, still want to be sanctuary cities, let them. I don't care. That's fine. But guess what? Your airports will no longer have Department of Homeland Security processing international flights. No international flights. Good luck.
No doubt.
I mean, imagine California not having international flights. Colorado, Denver, not having international flights.
New York.
Yeah, New York.
Wow.
Oh yeah,
that'll be huge. So yeah, definitely a good angle to take these guys out. So,
where'd Scott go? What the hell?
I guess Scott, he's talking to, he's on the phone. He's got something else going on. So he got kicked out of the studio, Tracy's saying. So he's trying to get back in. So, great. He got kicked out of his own studio. So we're keeping the show alive. That's good. Who else could do this? But you and I, Josh. So yeah, I think that the political. I think the political reveals are about to break, like you're talking about with Tulsi Gabbard. Imagine, and that could be one of the reasons why she's leaving, so that they can just dump that and no one gets responsibility for it or gets taken down or hurt or whatever. She just dumps it out and then boom, she's gone. It's like, oh, it's good. I left it.
So Tulsi sets up all these investigations, all these task force, goes out there, declassifies all the information, puts it all nice and neatly together, and then once she leaves, she hands that over to the DOJ. Her replacement comes in. I think it's going to be Devin Nunes. That's my guess. Devin Nunes. Let's assume Devin Nunes comes in as DNI. That's when they fracture the CIA into 1,000 pieces. So
are you saying, Josh, that Radcliffe is a bad guy?
I don't like Radcliffe as far as I can throw him. I mean, Scott, think about it, is we know that the CIA was spying on DNI Gabbard. Whether John Radcliffe knew or didn't know, either way, he needs to resign because of that. If he didn't know, that means he's not in power and control. And if he did know, that means he was behind it. Guy's got to go. But this is, I mean, your new DNI, I think their job is not going to be disclosure and declass. It's going to be consolidating the intelligence agencies. And I know there's like 18. There's actually about 25 to 26. Consolidating that down to 2. And I think it's going to be basically eviscerating the whole infrastructure of the intelligence community. So I think that this was planned by the Trump administration, that they knew Tulsi would probably leave around the midterm election timeframe. She's basically done with her investigations. That's going to get handed over to the DOJ for criminal referrals. They're going to take those investigations. That's going to involve people in the intelligence communities. Her replacement that's going to come in, it's not going to be Lucas, which is a deep stater. It's going to probably be Devin Nunes, is my assumption. And when Devin Nunes does come in, or whoever does come in, their job is going to begin dismantling that intelligence apparatus and infrastructure, and probably consolidating it down to just a military intelligence agency.
Interesting. Something happened over here. My internet kind of crashed, so I cashed out for like 4 or 5 minutes. So I missed a lot of what you said. I thought, and this is just an assumption, I thought, how could this possibly happen? How could this agency go invade another agency and take back this information? I thought, I wonder if that's just another operation to draw attention to the whole UFO disclosure thing. I mean, I had no knowledge of anything. I just thought, wonder if that, because I assumed Ratcliffe had control, was a good guy. I thought, wonder if that's just scuttlebutt to put it out there in the media and sensationalize it, so people then start focusing on that. And what's it all about? It's about alien disclosure. But man, I'll tell you what, if that happened and it was legitimate, that just goes to show you how deep this swamp is.
Well, in the interesting part about the documents that the CIA took back, JFK, MLK, RFK, and more, they were found MK Ultra documents that were getting declassified for the MK Ultra hearings.
Yeah. Yep. That was one thing they could never have get out of the box. Never.
Yep. Now, another threat that we have that's going to have to be addressed, maybe after the election and midterm, is the Muslim threat. So the Muslim threat is massive, it's huge. Muslims don't integrate. Now, I've seen a lot of people say that they have seen, psychics and so forth, massive numbers of Muslims converting to Christianity, and that could be because they have no choice. You're going to leave America.
Or flipping the script.
Yep, exactly.
Well, what is the 3-step process of Muhammad? Migrate, replicate, dominate.
Yes.
That's how they invaded all the Christians. Syria used to be a Christian nation. Turkey used to be a Christian nation. This is how they've taken them over slowly over time. Yep.
Yemen, Egypt, Christian nations. They did it the same way every time. Come in and pretend that they want to, be respectful and honor everybody around them, their religion, breed, have the numbers, start hitting the political system, and where they can't accomplish that, just start look at this bullshit in New York City. They're coming out on the street and stopping traffic on prayer mats. I'd like to take that truck out there and just run down the street and mow down 30 or 40 of them.
I'm pretty sure that's going to happen at some point.
I guarantee it's going to happen.
Fortunately,
yeah.
I see that, but it's us or them, quite frankly. And I've seen this. Muslims don't integrate, like Josh said. They come in to take over slowly, methodically, and then they dominate. They get to the point where they're more of them than us, and then they start to dominate. They've already started to do that in New York. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? In a lot of these big cities, and coming to Texas of all places. Your governor's let them come in, and although he's saying, "Oh no, we're pushing back on them, we're doing all this." Well, how did they get in there to begin with? They're a clown. You've been in charge all this time. Now you're doing something good because the people are starting to speak out. Yeah, okay.
Abbott, you're forking scumbag. Put your ass in the bench. We'll take it from here.
He needs to go to jail.
Hell yeah, he does. On the 28th of June here in Dallas, I was in Chris Bergard just filmed a documentary called Remember the Alamo, Don't Sharia, Texas, and I was asked to be in that, and Flynn and Alan West and a bunch of other people, and that the premiere is going to happen here on the 28th in Dallas. and it's the opening salvo on this whole thing. Just it's time to, and of course, when they're going to interview me, they're going to get the tomahawk's going to be coming out in my message. Like that's no, there's no dancing here. There's no subtle way to say this. They need to go. I know there's quote unquote nice Muslims. I don't give a shit. The nice Muslims, the respectful ones, that doesn't work. Look at the shit they're doing to women in Iran and other places. This is so grotesque, and you say nothing about it. If we had the Christian Crusades, believe me, I'd be out there fighting the Christian Crusade. Then you better be ready to go to war and speak up against it and start moving against it. Because what happens is if the radicals, and they always do it, they become such great numbers, then the non-radicals, they join them because somebody's belief is in the Muslim religion. No problem. Go there. These shithole third world countries where you guys come from, if you want to be a Muslim, go there. Look at every Muslim nation that's left in the hands of Muslims, primarily. And you can say, what about places like Turkey and other places like that? If it wasn't for, again, like the Q team told us, the most powerful economic force the world has ever known is the U.S. taxpayer. Those countries that look like they're moderate, they would not survive without U.S. taxpayer defense money and everything else that we ship to them. They would be third world hellholes like every other Muslim nation around the world that's left to their own vices and their own religion. They can't work here no matter what. The Quran, it's all the bullshit in the Quran spells it out. And if and every synagogue or every mosque in this country is a forward operating base, I don't care what you say. That's why they shut down Epic City here in Dallas. $12 billion infrastructure they're building. And if people don't stand up and start firing away, finally, in this town, like more kind of your redneck cowboys are going in there and they're just lighting these councils up. Man, if any city council allows this shit, folks, go to them. Go right to them. Go to their houses. Don't be violent. Send 10,000 people to these bastards' houses and see what they do. Because if they're agreeing or voting for this shit, then they're taking payoff somewhere, and that's selling out the country. But you're right, Mike. We got to put an end to this now, and we got to put it down hard. And I haven't even seen what you've seen around the world.
Exactly. So let me go into that, and then I know that Josh is jumping a bit too. But speaking around the world, when I was in Iraq, in Diwania, we were attacked, and I found out that they were attacking us from the mosque. So they would gather in the mosque in the learning center, and then they would come. So then when we went into Fallujah, after they hung my buddy Scotty Helpeston from the bridge, still buddy, we went in to help. We went in there. They were coming, same thing, coming out of the mosques and the learning centers, and eventually the military got a green light. If you see them coming out of the mosque, blow the hell out of the mosque, and then they started to take that city down, and they didn't until then. Now we're seeing from all of this stuff that's going on in Minnesota, where Nick Shirley has said all this fraud has been happening, all this money has been taken. Some of that money's been going overseas. Some people have been building get Ferraris and Mercedes and nice houses and so forth. Some of that money, according to George Webb, has been going to buy weapons that are going into the mosques. Same shit.
Oh, so got me chomping to the bits on this one.
Nice.
I'm in Minnesota.
That's right.
Number one is how they steal elections in Minnesota is with the Muslim populations. They have basically NGOs that work with the mosques. And during election time frame, they go around and collect all the people's ballots. They fill them out and then they redistribute them. And I think they pay them like $20 a ballot to do that. That's one of the ways that they steal the votes. And A.G. Ellison is very well aware of this here, who's a Muslim, by the way. But if you remember the whole George Floyd thing, this was about money and drug running. Money and gun running. Okay, you had Maria Santa Maria, and you had La Raza Radio. One of the first buildings that burned down in Minneapolis was La Raza Radio, owned by Maria Santa Maria, who owned the nightclub that Derek Chauvin and George Floyd both worked at, right? Wow. They were counterfeiting money for the cartels, but they were also running arms for the cartels into the Somali populations and throughout Minneapolis. And if you remember, if you go back about a year ago, at the beginning of the Trump administration, there was a massive arms bust in Minneapolis, actually about 25 minutes away from my house, of a Somali guy who had explosives, grenade launchers, rocket launchers. This is what all that stuff came from. And now you're starting to see the takedown of the Minneapolis Police Department. The police chief just got indicted, right? He's resigning. From what I gather, my good friend's a police officer up in this area. I'm not going to say where, but they're very well familiar with what's going on in Minneapolis. And basically, the Minneapolis police chief was having an affair with another officer. Well, apparently this isn't the only person. Mayor Frey and other people are involved in not only the cover-up, but also affairs. And so there's his driver, by the way. The police chief in Minneapolis had his own personal driver, which just happened to be a Somali police officer. And they did a hiring spree all throughout the Minneapolis Police Department, and a lot of Somalis worked there. But from what I'm gathering, is they're all so that his driver just got put on leave. Is getting fired, and a lot of these other Somali police officers are going to get fired and removed from their positions as well. But Minneapolis Police Department is probably one of the most corrupt police departments in the country. And they were 100% a part of that whole George Floyd thing. That's why Derek Chauvin was brought in, because they recognized the counterfeiting. They didn't want the Secret Service getting involved because it was part of a larger gun running operation, very similar to the gun running operation that was happening in Vegas during the Vegas shooting.
Yeah. George Floyd was running tractor trailers of weapons up there and putting them in the hands of Keith Ellis, and they were putting. I heard in maybe it was California, where the state building or the government buildings up there, they're stockpiling massive amounts of weapons there too. But everybody thinks that George Floyd was what they made him out to be. The guy was involved in all this bullshit, running guns for these Muslims, and they're stockpiling them because why? They're looking to take over the country. They're looking to take down America. And you see any indicator that in one area of the country, but we have multiple areas. So I say there's no discussion to have. There is no debate to have. These people need to be shipped out and sent away. And there shouldn't be they're bulldozing mosques in places like Denmark. They're bulldozing every mosque in Denmark. Japan just outlawed the Muslim religion in the country. I mean, we always wait until we're pushed again to the precipice. That might be they're talking about until at the precipice moment of destruction will people find a will to change. And that's kind of how America does it, man. We're always forgiving, and just like Bill Clinton lied, but Horn Hatch, the Republican senator, saying, just apologize again, be more contrite. Americans will just forgive you. Pardon me, but fuck that forgiveness stuff. This is where humanity's on the brink in the country, and in my opinion, this is the most dangerous element of a takedown right now, is the Muslim religion in this country and the infrastructure that they're building. So I'm not in a forgiving mood. It needs to be shut down, and shut down hard right now.
The Dems brought him in. It's the Dems' fault. Right? So the Dems got to go too. And the rhinos. We're already taking down the rhinos. That's good. And now we're going to take down the Dems, and hopefully in LA, and that'll start a trend. I don't see the Dems lasting much longer. I think they're going to be decimated in the very near future.
I agree. I think that we're watching the end of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that this is one of the points of Elon Musk, leaving Doge and all this stuff. Is he was creating the America Party, more of a middle of the ground, independent, moderate party, but with American first ideals. And I think that the reason that was for the vacuum that happens when the Democrats' corruption and treason all gets exploited.
Wow.
Then what's going to happen to that vacuum of all those people? You need to bring them somewhere. And imagine them putting them under a party that is now aligned with America First, but maybe more moderate in perspective.
Brilliant. Wow.
It is
I
brilliant.
like
Very
that.
brilliant.
That'll work. We've had parties that have gone away in the past, the Whig Party and lots of other parties that There was like a Democrat Republican party at one time. So all gone.
Bull Moose Party.
Bull Moose. There you
That's
go.
right. What about the Bull Moose Party? That was
Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy.
Yeah, yeah. By the way,
Teddy Roosevelt did a. He's like he wouldn't do Muslims either. He came out and said, if you're, you have multiple wives, wouldn't work now because friggin' Mormons. But back then, he's like, no Muslims because you guys are like, marrying.
Well, and I'm pretty sure Teddy didn't say Muslims. He probably said goat fucker, right? Like if you're
kind of, he said, if you have multiple wives, then you can't be here in America. But he was targeting Muslims.
Yeah. What was the first conflict of the United States after after the Revolutionary War? The Barbary pirates.
Yeah, that what it was.
We had to have forward navy to go take out these Barbary pirates and Muslims that were taking our ships down, stealing our ships. It's been like that from the beginning, and we're here again now.
And why was the Barbary pirates? Why were the Muslims in control of that? Because they were running the slave trade. A lot of the slave trade was ran by them, especially in the Caribbean areas. And Teddy Roosevelt, man, God rest his soul, is probably one of the main reasons why we have the Federal Reserve. Unfortunately, he was against it, and his friends were against it. John Jacob Astor and Guggenheim and Strauss. They obviously got taken out on the Titanic, and he went and ran against Howard Taft, which was his buddy, his Secretary of Commerce, who went and got elected afterwards. He even campaigned for him. And Howard Taft started becoming progressive Democrat, and he's like, "What are you doing, asshole?" He's like, "Stop." And he's like, Howard Taft's like, "Dude, your time's done." He's like, "Well, I'm going to run again." And Taft wouldn't concede, so he created the Bull Moose Party to run against them. And this is how Woodrow Wilson got elected with only like 32% of the vote because Teddy Roosevelt split the vote between him and Taft.
Oh, my God.
Wow, I didn't know that.
No shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man. I love that early Americana history. Like, that whole... I can go freaking... I can tell you the history of our country. It's not what people think it is, man.
Not even close.
The first American flag... The first American flag was a Union Jack where the stars are, and then the alternating 13 red and white stripes. But that was the flag of a corporation, the East India Company. And the reason why we had the flag of the East India Company is the East India Company, if anybody never watched these, this is heroin, Sassoon family, right? Big frickin' money movers and drug movers. This is the same company that took all the tea, but also drugged the whole Chinese population during that time. You ever wonder why Alexander Hamilton was 19 years of age during the American Revolution? And like, that's like Donald Trump having like 19-year-old Stephen Miller next to him and being like, he's a great dude. Like, it doesn't make any sense, right? But Alexander Hamilton's uncle, Lord Hamilton in Scotland, was the chairman of the board of the East India Company. And so the East India Company, they didn't like the Bank of England. They didn't like the Crown and the powers that the Crown had over East India Company's international ventures, of which they were trying to tax everything. You gotta remember, all this started with the raising of tax on tea by the Crown. So the East India Company came and helped to fund the American Revolution through France and proxy. And then in 1792, at the beginning of the United States of America's first treasury, because the Constitution came in 1791, 1792, the Treasury Department started up in 1792, and the first $10 million came from Lord Hamilton in Scotland of the East India Company.
What an amazing rewrite of history in this country. That's another thing that's going to just shock all of us, realize we didn't really even win the Revolutionary War and everything that really went on. Civil War, all of it. I just listened to something today talked about, look, it wasn't about the slave trade. It was, again, the Southerners were right. It was about economics. It was about money. It was about control. It was about all that. So they have a reason to be pissed off at us Yankees. Not that I was any part of that. But
give me 2 minutes on that topic.
Go ahead.
There's a book out there called The Real Lincoln by Tom DeLorenzo, a historian. Great book. This frames the Civil War the way it was meant to be framed. Number one, most of the country at that time was freeing slaves. It was not.
Except Union states, except Union states. They weren't outlawing them in Union states, but in the Southern states.
Well,
I learned today.
So this is what was happening. the northern states were taking in loans from European banks to buy new technology for farming and to build out the Industrial Revolution, the cotton gin and so forth. So what happened is in Congress, deliberations started happening that the southern states had to go out there and take out the same loans to bring the same technology over. And the southern states said, no, we're not taking out loans from Europe or from any European banks, and you can't just make a hard transition. We still have workers out in the field. You got to give us a time frame, like 5 to 10 years of transition away from that labor force and integrate the technology. And the northern states said, no, you need to do it, and you need to do it now. And that was the prerequisite that led to the Civil War and why it was fought over slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. I mean, the hidden history that nobody knows, and I should do a whole series on this sometime.
That's good. Good.
Yeah, that'd be a great idea. This thing just keeps banging around in my head, so I got to say this. Have you guys seen the movie Idiocracy?
Oh yeah.
God, yeah.
If you haven't seen the movie Idiocracy, you got to watch it. Luke Wilson, can't think of the black guy's name that was ex-football player. You got to go watch the movie Idiocracy. I saw it probably about 4 or 5 months ago. And it's so ridiculous to be like, that's what this country or world would be if the Democrats remained in control. It's exactly what would happen to this country. It'd look like the movie
Joe
Idiocracy.
Biden's America.
Yeah, Joe Biden's America.
Yep. But gents, I got to get going here.
Guys,
I got another show to
that's
get on.
perfect
So
segue. Yeah, perfect segue. Yeah, those again. It's always great to have you guys together. I learned so much just hanging out with you guys. And like I said, Josh is my Encyclopedia Brown. Remember that book series, Mike, when we were kids, Encyclopedia Brown. The dude knows everything about everything.
I had that stuff down.
Yeah, the good old days. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us again on a Friday night. This is an impromptu roundtable, and we'll thank Mike's wife, Tracy Joe Jaco. Scott, it's about time to start kicking the bushes. We need another roundtable. Okay. Like herding some cats, getting these guys together on their schedules. But so on behalf of myself, Tomahawk, Josh Reed, and Mike Jaco, that is a wrap for tonight. We'll be back again in a couple of weeks, and I'll say thanks, gentlemen, and that's a wrap. Street Fighter out.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Great Global Transition Phase 1. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Seattle, having blackouts. Saturday, May 30th, 2026. EBS banks go dark. 10 days of darkness begin. Be prepared. Judy note, I apologize for the lateness of today's update, which didn't get out until the wee hours of Friday morning. That's never happened before. Strangely, on Thursday, my computer completely broke down, and after Medea wrote the below very beautiful article about me. Judy Byington, a woman who dedicated her life to truth. By Friday, May 28th, Trump had announced another ceasefire with Iran, though it didn't look anywhere near that would happen on Wednesday, May 27th. Trump and allies were loaded up for World War III. Iran had violated the ceasefire again, kept stalling peace talks, and refused to give up nuclear dust that strengthened their 43-year pledge to destroy America. Iran had again violated the ceasefire around 10 p.m. Wednesday with a missile strike on Kuwait and multiple drone launches. Kuwaiti air defenses intercepted the ballistic missile at 10:17 p.m., as confirmed by CENTCOM, preventing a potential strike on critical infrastructure hosting thousands of U.S. troops. Iran launched 5 drones, while a 6th drone was neutralized on the launch pad, along with 1 ballistic missile. By then, the U.S. Ohio-class nuclear submarine was discovered sitting at Gibraltar, armed with Trident II ballistic missiles that could rain hell from over 4,500 miles away. In Morocco, terrain that looked just like Iran, U.S. troops were training robot Doom buggies with mounted machine guns, Apaches getting armed with their own drone swarms. B-1 bombers were ripping training runs in the skies, while Super Hornets and Growlers launch off the USS Abraham Lincoln. On Wednesday, May 27th, President Trump called his cabinet to an emergency meeting at the White House. By early afternoon that Thursday, the White House was blanketed in red light, signifying a mass arrest had been completed. Wednesday 3.0 ISO 20022. though the most serious problems revolved around taking down those supporting this globalist agenda from within. Obama, his CIA, and their mind control programming that has grown into AI data centers across the nation. Way back in 2020, CIA Chief James Woolsey admitted on national TV that the CIA's job was to overthrow governments. Evidently, that included the United States. The center of our present problems seem to revolve around the CIA and their ability to, 1, control the global financial system, 2, spread DARPA chemtrails that poison people, earth, water, and food supply, 3, that involve blackmailing politicians to do their bidding, 4, election fraud to keep the people under control, and 5, mind control programming that has evolved into AI data centers across the U.S. built for the specific purpose of controlling the people. Although CIA mind control experiments have been going on since the end of World War II, the dangerous infiltration into private lives of citizens wasn't first made public until the 1970s congressional hearings on the subject that were covered up even as of today. The below showed our situation exactly 2 years ago, and we're still waiting for those announcements. Guru information and intel. Thursday, May 28th, huge update. The unstoppable force of QFS and Jasara engages 8 billion people worldwide. The greatest wealth transfer in history unfolds. Wano Savino Telegram. The quantum financial system and Jasara are unstoppable forces, reshaping the world right now. This isn't some distant fantasy. It's happening. The corrupt financial elites that have drained wealth from the people for generations are about to be dismantled. The greatest wealth transfer in human history is upon us, and if you're not prepared, you're falling behind. For decades, the elites have manipulated and controlled the world's finances, but now QFS and Jasara are flipping the script, putting wealth directly into the hands of the people. The system is here to tear down the corrupt banking empire and replace it with one that is transparent, incorruptible, and unstoppable. A revolution in wealth. Let's be clear, QFS Jasara is real, and it's unfolding before our eyes. It's not just an idea, it's a revolution that's taking down the old system and leveling the playing field for everyone. Imagine a world where wealth isn't hoarded by the elite, but flows freely to every person. That's what QFS promises. The reset the world has been waiting for is happening now, and there's no stopping it. Massive wealth redistribution. Under the QFS, families are already set to receive millions. It's not speculation, it's reality. 75-year-old couples positioned to receive $25,563,596, and after usual deductions still walk away with $1.2 million, debt-free and tax-free. That's generational wealth that doubles with $58,229,732 for their grandchildren. And it's not just one family, it's everyone. This is what true wealth redistribution looks like. No more crumbs from the elite's table, no more empty promises. Jasara is taking back what was stolen and giving it to the people. Jasara, the future is here. Jasara isn't a theory, it's a legally binding mandate that's transforming the world. 8 billion people are about to get their share of global wealth. The old systems of debt and financial slavery are crumbling, and a new era of abundance is rising. The QFS ensures that wealth flows back into the hands of the people. Every dollar unspent returns to the treasury, creating an endless cycle of prosperity. No one gets left behind. The quantum era is here. The QFS isn't just a financial system. It's a weapon of mass liberation. It's here to expose every lie, hidden debt, and rigged market that the elites use to control us. NESARA QFS is tearing down the corrupt systems and putting power back where it belongs, with the people. This isn't charity, it's justice. The QFS is incorruptible, transparent, and immune to manipulation by the elite. The quantum era is already here. The old guard is crumbling as we speak. NESARA, QFS, and JASARA are rewriting the rules of the financial world. Embrace the change. This is happening, and it's happening fast. The quantum era has already begun. Wealth, power, and freedom are no longer privileges for the few. They are your birthright. QFS is your ticket to a new world where the corrupt elites are finished. Wake up, stay vigilant. The greatest financial revolution in history is already unfolding. America's surveillance state and AI spying. Thursday, May 28, 2026, as Mark Zuckerberg built a massive data center in Georgia, just hundreds of yards from people's homes. Water pressure collapsed, sinks don't run, toilets won't refill, homes shake nonstop. Power outages are common. A billionaire gets his servers, working families get steamrolled. Carolyn Levitt on Telegram. Thursday, May 28th, flock cameras are commenting a lot more data than we think they are. Tier 4B activated on Telegram. They also monitor where you walk, what you do, what you say, what's on your phone when you walk by, and they spy on you all the time. These cameras utilize AI to track you and your family when you're out in public. They run by a company, Palantir. This company claims that they just record movement of vehicles and they will reduce the crime rate to zero. However, people much more educated than I on these cameras have proven this to be false. Today I walked around and I noticed the one down by the bridge was pointed towards the courtyard and the field, not towards any roads. So why would it be pointed towards the river, not towards the streets? It's just to monitor vehicles. They are collecting way more data than we think. They create vehicle fingerprints of your car, like color, make, model, stickers, dents, and use AI for searches. Newer systems include video feeds and natural language queries. They can capture pedestrians, bystanders, and activities in view. They're also using this data for, you guessed it, predictive policing. You can be, are we going to have a division of the police force called pre-crime like they did in that Tom Cruise movie? You can be profiled before you do anything wrong. Flock is not owned or operated by Palantir. Flock says they don't share data with Palantir. However, Peter Thiel's founders fund invested in Flock, and Flock's data can integrate with platforms like Palantir's for law enforcement analytics. Thiel co-founded Palantir, which does predictive policing and data fusion. So I think there is very clearly more to this. Flock cameras are the surveillance state being put up on America. Voter fraud. Thursday, May 28th. USPS does not operate, service, or control ballot drop boxes. So what are they doing caught on camera in heavy blue cities stuffing ballot drop boxes in the 2020 election? USPS workers testified that they were told to backdate ballots that were injected into the 2020 election so they could be counted. These orders came from the top and indicate that our own USPS was involved in the stolen 2020 election. White Hats on Telegram.
Stated.
.tv. I'm with Matthew Mack, or Matt Mack, with On Tap with PPN. Now, you might know him from his show, but the way I know him is he's Juan O'Savin's chief of staff. This guy's very well connected. He knows a lot of what's going on behind the scenes. Matt, thank you so much for joining me.
Hey, Nino, it's an honor, and thank you for moderating our event, which will be here in Vegas in June.
So, I mean, also they've, Juan has said they've expanded Gitmo, that they build a geriatric center for older people. I mean, this looks like like I said, all signs indicate that they're getting ready to intake massive amounts of people. I mean, am I right in saying that, Matt? I mean, you guys are working behind the scenes on a lot of stuff. I mean, what are the, if you were to read the tea leaves, what would you say, especially now with Tulsi Gabbard coming out saying, hey, she's gonna step down, but we're expecting her to go nuclear, and I remember Juan told me that first, and now it's on, some of the news syndicates, some of the articles are now saying like, yeah, she's gonna drop bombs, she's coming in hot. I mean, all
John
this.
Solomon just said it this morning on Bannon's show, that she's going to unleash a lot of foreign interference in our elections, 2020 and beyond. And I'll say this about Gitmo to get back to that question. Let's put it this way: there's a huge infrastructure there that if you were going to diminish Gitmo's importance, you would not be funding that infrastructure.
Right, but I mean the fact that I'm hearing June is going to be explosive, right? And she's not leaving with a whimper. She's leaving nuclear, is what Juan said. He said that before anybody, and it's already being talked about. So, I mean, there's something there. So, what can we expect, Matt? What do you see happening in June, July, August? Because what I think is, like, if I had to guess, right, I would say she's going to come out with the 2020 stolen election stuff. Russiagate's going to pop. And then Trump's going to go into these executive orders going into midterms. That would make sense to me. Yes. And then we go into arrests. I mean, how does this? If you had to guess how this would roll out, what would you say?
I would say in a macro schedule you just said, that makes sense to me. Tulsi is going to unleash a lot, I've been told. And Peter Tickton has been briefed. He knows a lot more than he can say. And he is giving you that heads up that this stuff is coming. Wayne Allen Root, he'll also be at our event in person. He lives out here. He's been saying it. He had Jerome Corsi on his show, Dr. Jerome Corsi. He's saying it. So all those signs, point to, yes, you're going to see elections. I think you're going to see unprecedented foreign interference in the elections. And one thing I'll caveat, you have some who are saying about everything but the machines. Machines were involved in this. And one of the presentations you'll see during the summit is the flipping that was going on the tabulators, but everything that you just highlighted, I think you're going to see unroll exactly as you're talking about. And folks that Patrick Byrne has intimated that, others who in the past year, even a month and a half ago, were a little concerned, seemed to be the right word of it, I guess, would be quietly confident that everything's going to be revealed, everything's going to be okay. And I've got a dear friend who was in the Air Force, DIA, National Military Command Center, and highlighted, where do you see what comes out, and do not worry about the midterms. What you see being revealed, the midterms are not going to be an issue.
That's huge. I got it right here. It says, Tulsi Gabbard to go nuclear on deep state before leaving ODNI. So I've said this too, Matt. I've said, the Democrats are done. They're done by midterms. I'm not worried about midterms. You're saying the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Folks, and by the way, if you haven't had him on, I would highly recommend him. He's a dear friend of Juan's and mine, Air Force retired Brigadier General Blaine Holt. This one person I talked to you about said the only general of talking heads on the TV shows, and he's typically on Newsmax, that's the only general who gets it, who understands what the hell's going on, is Brigadier General Blaine Holt.
And I mean, once Tulsi drops these bombs on the election, when do you think the arrests start rolling out? I mean, the executive orders will come first, right? Trump is expected to sign executive orders and declare national emergency probably by what, August, September, October?
It's interesting. I don't know the details. Certainly, I'm not in those meetings. I'm just a peon. But I would imagine America 250, July 4th, that time frame. You're going to see a lot of pivotal things beginning to happen. I honest to God believe more will occur. In my mind, I'm looking at July 4th as kind of a line of demarcation, right?
Well, we know that he's going to be signing his signature to the $100 bills, right? That
Yes.
to me pretty profound. I've never heard of
Never
a
had a
signature
president's
to do it.
signature on currency before.
Right. So that's a big indicator to me. We're moving in a whole different direction.
Whole different direction domestically, whole different direction in the Middle East. I mean, folks who are fretting and farting. I mean, it's an iterative process, but on the grander scale, Trump is changing the geopolitics of the Middle East. You imagine if UAE, if Saudi Arabia, if Pakistan joined the Abraham Accords, game over. Are you heading them off? Are you heading off the other side at the pass before they can get there?
But I mean, but I mean, what about a post-Trump world? It just takes one bad guy, Matt, one bad dude to come in and just change
That's
everything.
right. Just something that we've done. Juan's got them. I sent them to some other folks close to the administration. We've written a whole thesis, a whole magnum opus on how you make this system work. Going back, people think AI started at Dartmouth. No, it started back in the Macy conferences in the 40s and 50s. We've laid out a whole dissertation on how you have to structure this properly. So much so, I sent it to Bannon. Bannon wants to maybe make a book out of it, right? Because he's anti this AI crap, the way it's being rolled out. So I think there's a methodology to the madness. It's coming anyway. It's coming. Like the nuclear bomb was coming. How do you now put the proper control mechanisms in there so you don't get a crazy ass person or persons to do terrible things? I think we're trying to head them off at the pass, because I'll say this, and folks who are going to be presenting at this summit here, 15 through 17 June, have said they have got the Holy Grail. The administration's got the Holy Grail. The deep state is petrified. They're going batshit crazy, and you know this from your boxing fight, your fighting career, when you've got and maybe even street fights, when you got somebody who is backed into a corner, you don't know what they're going to do, right? They could do anything, and this deep state is in an existential fight for its life, and I think Trump is trying to block them off at all these different access points where they're trying to get to. I think.
So what do you think they're going to do, Matt? What do you think? I mean, I believe the ICE raids, was the first step, or the USAID was the first step, and then the ICE raids came in to neutralize the threats in America on our homeland, take down the terror cells, take down the really bad hombres, the cartels, the violent criminals, the ones that could be planning to take down our infrastructure. They just found an IED in a dam in Alabama. I mean, I think we should be checking out all the dams right now to make sure they're not trying to systematically take them down or simultaneously take them down together. But I mean, they were planning to take America down from within, right? And I think that's why these ICE raids were so important, right, Matt? I mean, so do you think we've neutralized some of those threats? Because that to me would be the next play by the Democrats is absolute utter chaos.
I think we've allocated people, resources, time to neutralize these things. But to your point, enemy's got a plan, and they're panicking. And I would submit, this is. You think 2020 summer of love was crazy? I think this summer is going to be on steroids, because you're right. If they have their druthers, look at all the assassination attempts on Trump. If they think if they can take him out, they neutralize the whole America First movement, right? To get rid of Trump. So he is target number one, I believe. Look at the terrorist threat against Ivanka, right? They had schematics to her home and so forth. So I think that, coupled with and/or an attack, something so egregious that it kind of looks bad on Trump, or it neutralizes the momentum, or it shifts everybody's attention to something else. I think that something like that is going to occur. Some sort of look at the explosions we're seeing at buildings and railroad cars, and that kind of shit is happening, and I think it's going to scale up because I think they're out of options. I mean, you're a hell of a pugilist. What do you do when you know you're about to lose and you're going to lose everything? There's no rules in your brain that I can't. That's hitting below the belt. That's a violation of. I'm going to do something because I am not going to go down.
They have to go for the knockout now. They can't waste any time. They have to go in and fight their hearts out, and they have no choice. But I don't think their henchmen. I don't think they're going to be able to use the henchmen they had because I think the ice raids took most of them out. At least I would imagine 60-70% of them. So they're in trouble.
So, but now, yes, they took the henchmen, but now, who are the folks in their corner, to keep the boxing analogy? Who are the folks in their corner that maybe are in the government that we don't know yet? Hasn't been fully exposed. That's what concerns me. I know concerns Juan.
Yeah, exactly. That's I guess that's the $1 million question right there, man. Who are they?
And I tell you, it's interesting. Look at the photo that was put out down at Fort Pierce, Southern District of Florida, U.S. Attorney's Office. Quinones, by the way, U.S. Attorney. By the way, not a subtle thing to overlook. Retired Colonel, former JAG, who is the U.S. Attorney for the Southern. He's heading up the grand conspiracy investigations, right? You've got Joe DeGeneva down there now. In that picture, you had that great staff. You had Kurt Olson down there, who's Trump's White House guy for the elections. All down there. There is a hell of a lot going on down in that Southern District of Florida at Fort Pierce that I think you're going to see here in this next month. Certainly, as Tulsi releases stuff out, I think you're going to see corresponding actions and from them. And don't take lightly either the JAG component of this. I think Professor Clements, who's going to brief at our event as well, I think there's a handoff at some point to a JAG component to all this, to a military component, where some things will be handed off to them, some things will still be handled by the DOJ. Because I always bring back, folks, it was a Hannity episode. I think it was 2022, probably later in the summer, early fall, and you had Cash on there, and you had what was his name? Miller. He was the acting Secretary of Defense at the time.
Stephen Miller.
Chris Miller, I think, was the acting Secretary of Defense. And Cash made a comment that the only solution to this was non-Article 3 courts. In our Constitution, Article 3 is the court system, Article 1 the Congress, Article 2 the President. Said non-Article 3 courts. And Chris Miller was shaking his head up and down. Hannity had no clue what they were talking about, but I think that was an interesting tell by Cash back. I think it was 2022, but it was on a Hannity episode. Non-Article 3 courts. I think that is a big component of where this.
That means military.
That would mean military.
Wow.
Like Nuremberg type of things, tribunals. That's non-Article 3. Article 3 is civil courts. As we know, courts as we normally. Non-Article 3 is the military side, tribunals, like post World War II and so forth, Imperial Japan, Civil War stuff.
How important do you think what kind of role is Maduro going to play in this?
What I've been told by folks who have been briefed and know a hell of a lot more than me, more than I, Maduro. We now have Maduro's bookkeeper, right? We're going to get 4 more folks who are going to be extradited from Venezuela who are going to testify publicly about what they did manipulating the 2020 election.
Wow.
That's coming.
Is this coming this summer, you think? It would have to. It would have to be fast.
Yes.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Get ready for the Q Trident. John F. Kennedy, John F. Kennedy Jr., Donald Trump. Trust the plan, the rebirth of a sovereign civilization. Nothing is impossible, for all things are difficult before they become easy. And our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Anon. Judy note, the Council on Foreign Relations has effectively admitted the collapse of the old globalist order as President Trump accelerates the rise of the American system, economic sovereignty, energy independence, and America First foreign policy. Supporters say Trump has shattered Britain's century-long globalist framework and triggered the downfall of the post-war international order, the era of British-style globalism. Financial dependency, endless wars, and centralized international control is being replaced by something the establishment never wanted to see, the American system. What many critics dismissed as rhetoric is now evolving into a complete restructuring of American foreign policy, economic strategy, and geopolitical alignment. And according to supporters of the current administration, the old guard knows it. Wednesday, May 27, 2026. We have a link. Breaking special report. Code Red. CFR waves the white flag project and reignited the American system. To secure that globalist downfall, on Wednesday morning, May 27th, President Trump called his entire cabinet for a rare meeting at Camp David for Thursday, May 28, 2026. Then suddenly on that same Wednesday, Trump changed to an immediate emergency meeting at the White House. All of President Trump's top cabinet members remain there right now. The next 48 hours would change the face of the world. What were they deciding? Glenn Beck knew, and here's a link to Glenn Beck. People should be preparing. This is very serious. Iran was on the table or not. Perhaps we could better say the Islamic agenda was on the table. The real objective of Trump's Iran operation was securing the enriched uranium dust held by Iran, dismantling deep state networks, and revealing how close the world came to disaster. Iran became the key to uncovering what many call the biggest deep state crime, the alleged transfer of weapons capabilities to enemies during wartime by Obama. The nuclear fingerprint tied to the enriched uranium is described as the final piece of evidence connected to Uranium-1. Everything is building toward one conclusion: treason. But America's real problem was not so much Iran's uranium buildup as it was the Islamic agenda and those supporting it from within. Obama, his CIA, and their mind control program that has grown into AI data centers across the nation. Way back in 2020, CIA Chief James Woolsey admitted on national TV that the CIA's job was to overthrow governments. Evidently, that included the United States. He had made the statement right before 51 CIA intelligence officials intervened in the 2020 election, effectively participating in the overthrow of the U.S. government in 2020. Obama was over the mission, and all that followed. The 2020 election fraud was not the deep state, CIA's most effective threats. Mind control programming combined with their massive and building of AI data centers across the U.S., all with a specific purpose of controlling minds of the people. Although CIA mind control experiments had been going on since the end of World War II, the dangerous infiltration into private lives of citizens was first made public back in the 1970s, with congressional hearings on the subject. In 1995 and 1970, congressional hearings were held on the CIA mind control of children that had been going on since Nazi mind control specialists EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Wednesday, May 27th, the end of their world. A global military operation, every blackout, every silence, every disruption has been planned to perfection. The emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The quantum financial system is online. Once the grid goes dark, the QFS will override the entire fiat matrix, with all corrupted accounts terminated and all clean assets biometrically secured. During the 10 days of darkness, no social media, no news broadcasts, and no outside influence. Only one military-controlled channel will remain active. It will reveal everything: confessions, tribunals, truth. Crimes against humanity will be laid bare. You will witness the collapse of the deep state. the fall of fake governments, and the end of the illusion. Space Force will guide communication. National militaries will ensure peace. Curfews and movement restrictions will be temporary but vital. This is the controlled demolition of a slave system and the rebirth of a sovereign civilization. The new quantum communication system will replace the surveillance internet. Untraceable IDs, no more spying, no more manipulation. You were never just a citizen. You were the storm. You were the signal. And the world will know. Global currency reset. Tuesday, May 26, Bruce the Big Call. One source said that Tier 4B green light would be on Thursday, May 28, 2026, with appointments as early as Friday, May 29th. Other sources say notification Thursday to Friday with appointments launching over the weekend. Judy note, to my knowledge, no one has been privy to the exact information about when Tier 4B will be notified to set redemption exchange appointments. That is the decision of 1 to 2 people, one being President Trump. We only know notification will be around the time of EBS activation and likely during the 10 days of communication darkness. Wednesday, May 27th, confirmed intel. Security structure and silence. The Tier 4B protocol ignites global reset as Iraq, Vietnam, and Zimbabwe lead the financial revolution. RV 2026 Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. The global reset moves from rumor to reality. For years, IQD, VND, and Zim holders were mocked, ignored, and called delusional. But now all eyes are back on them because the long-rumored revaluation is no longer speculation. It's a verified action. Whispers on private forums have become bank-confirmed appointments. Private tiered structures are moving forward, and a new financial system is rolling out quietly, but powerfully. The RV has ignited, and Tier 4B is at the center of it all. Understanding the tiered structure of revaluation, this is not a public Forex event. This is a calibrated, classified, controlled restructuring, and it follows a tiered framework. Tier 1, sovereign governments and central banks. Tier 2, multinational giants and elite financial trusts. Tier 3, high net worth individuals and pre-negotiated contracts. Tier 4B, private citizens with legally acquired currency holdings. Tier 4B is where the people enter the equation. This is where suppressed value is unlocked, not for institutions, but for the faithful holders who waited through ridicule and silence. And now Tier 4B is live. Security structure and silence. The Tier 4B protocol. No walk-ins, no leaks, no circus. Bank staff are trained, armed with secure systems, and operating under blackout conditions. Participants are vetted and electronic devices are restricted. Tier 4B is not a public event. It is a classified operation, monitored, documented, and now fully active. What we think we know as of Thursday, May 28th. Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. Crooked New York AG Letitia James, the same hack who weaponized justice to hunt President Trump, is now staring down 30 years in federal prison and $1 million fines for mortgage fraud. She lied on loan apps for sweeter rates, even listed her own father as her husband on documents. Hypocrisy level maximum. No one is above the law, especially not the elites who tried to destroy Trump. Julian Assange on Telegram. Wednesday, May 27, 2026. J.D. Vance says Trump administration has referred billions in alleged fraud for recovery. Vice President J.D. Vance said the Trump administration has referred more than $22 billion in alleged fraudulent small business loans to the Treasury for collection and deferred over $1.3 billion in suspected fraudulent Medicaid reimbursements, along with billions in suspected fraudulent government contracts and tens of millions in blocked student aid fraud. He said the administration's broader effort is focused on recovering taxpayer money and tightening oversight across federal programs. JFK Secrets on Telegram. Wednesday, May 27, 2026. DC Occult Secrets. Washington was built as a map of power encoded with occult symbols and Masonic geometry. Pentagrams, triangles, the 555-foot Egyptian obelisk, and the all-seeing eye link the White House, Capitol, and Pentagon. It's the hidden headquarters of global elite control. Critics say years of failed Democrat leadership, billions wasted on homelessness programs, non-stop encampment expansion have turned parts of LA into unsafe third world conditions, while residents and businesses are left dealing with the consequences every day.
Good morning. It's Thursday, the 28th of May, 2026, and there is so much going on behind the scenes, but very little being talked about in public. The first thing I want to bring to your attention is the price of crude oil, which has dropped down to around $90 a barrel from about 110, and yet the pump prices haven't dropped at all. And they're talking about the price of oil going up, which shows that very few people actually do their research to find out if what they're saying is accurate or not. The moment they said that the fuel prices were going up, I started looking and I was, hang on, the prices are coming down. But there's a tendency just to believe what people say without doing your research. It doesn't take a lot of research. I've currently got my daughter over here staying in Spain, and she has insisted that diesel prices have always been more expensive than petrol or gasoline. Well, I know more about that than most people. To actually refine crude oil, it costs more to generate gasoline or petrol than it does diesel. There's a step ladder, if you like, of products. And petrol has always been more expensive to refine than diesel. But diesel costs more at the pump. And the reason is quite simple. It's because they talked you into buying diesel cars. And there's more people using diesel than there are petrol. So they simply put the price up.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Going into my first story, Spain's ruling PSOE party is facing major corruption investigations after the civil guard reportedly raided its national headquarters over alleged illegal financing, bribery, slush funds and kickback schemes. Meanwhile, in the United States, a former senior CIA officer has reportedly been arrested over an alleged fraud scheme involving more than 300 gold bars worth around $40 million, with investigators claiming operational funds were secretly diverted and hidden along millions in cash at his home. Two separate investigations, but many are now asking the same question. How deep does the corruption really go inside governments and powerful institutions worldwide?
Well, Pedro Sanchez has been the ruling party here in Spain for many, many years. He's a socialist, and this is all, and his offices were raided, you're absolutely correct, this week. There's been so much fraud that has been going on, and yes, they've been buying physical gold with their corrupt monies, because if they put the money through the banking system, of course, everyone can see it. And this is where they have been, what they thought was being clever, buying gold, but of course that's all been tracked as well. They thought they'd get away with it, and they won't. It's very interesting also, for those people who've been watching over the past 10 years, how climate change has vanished overnight, ever since they needed the data centers. The data centers have cured climate change. All of a sudden, this is time for people to realize how corrupt these people really are. We've seen how things change overnight and things just suddenly don't matter anymore. And there's none more so than the data centers that they're pushing out there. And the amount of damage that technically can do to the environment, because of the amount of water that they need for these data centers, is off the scale. So do your own research. And then you'll find out that what you've been told is a blatant lie. It's misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, or in Charlie's word, it's bullshit. True.
Next up, Trump says he's not comfortable with Russia or China getting hold of Iran's highly enriched uranium. In other words, no one's touching my uranium. Middle East tensions are rising, nuclear talks continue, and suddenly everyone wants shiny glowing rocks. Sounds like Trump doesn't want to share the toys in the sandbox.
It's very interesting, isn't it, how it comes across there, because obviously China and Russia have been working very closely behind the scenes, quietly, with Iran for many, many years. And what Trump is actually doing, forget about what they tell you he's doing, is dismantling a system that was put in place by the Bushes, the Obamas, the Clintons, and the Bidens to destabilize Iran. And they installed terrorist cells to do exactly this for a number of reasons. Number one was that Iran wouldn't comply with the Rothschild banking system. Number two, it's got an abundance of natural resources, which China and Russia are already in there negotiating a deal. The difference is that Russia and China negotiate a deal with them so that all parties win. America, not America, but the United States Corporation don't go and negotiate with these people. They install terrorist cells and literally bomb the shit out of them to get their own way. Well, those days are over. If you want to steal somebody's assets, you can't do it anymore. You can't do it with sanctions. You can't do it with embargoes. You can't do it with all this bullying tactics that the US has used for many, many years, because the bully is now being bullied and the world is changing. The playing field is being leveled. My final story is very interesting. We're watching the rhinos. These are the Republican senators that are, and congressmen that have been Republican in name only. They were installed to cause trouble. They're being dismantled. They're being removed. The US is heading to the midterms. All of these corrupt people will be removed in the midterms. This is all part of the plan, all part of the agenda. The Democrats will be completely destroyed in the midterms. And then there'll be retribution. That was the news on Thursday, the 28th of May, 2026. Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Voter fraud. Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026, Todd Blanche confirmed that the DOJ has multiple active 2020 election fraud investigations in Georgia and Arizona. We're very focused on finding out whether the right people voted, whether people that were supposed to vote voted, whether there was one vote cast per voter. There's a ton of evidence that the election was rigged. That's not something the DOJ needs to tell you about. There's been evidence about that for many, many years. That's what we're doing in multiple states. Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026, electronic voting machines would not let voters select Donald Trump for president in the 2024 election. Even though Donald Trump is being selected by the voter, the machine votes for Kamala Harris. There were no errors or glitches, only fraud. Julian Assange, Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026, and loose interpretations of the National Voter Registration Act, motor voter law, are forcing federal agencies and taxpayer-funded NGOs to hand out voter registration forms to non-citizens. Straight from the border, millions of illegal migrants released into the U.S. under Biden-Harris's policies ended up receiving driver's licenses, work permits, and voter registration materials, creating a pipeline for fraud. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Wednesday, the 27th of May, 2026. An Alabama election worker went across the street and made a copy of a ballot on regular notebook paper and fed it into an ES&S election machine, and it read and counted the ballot without any issues. Dominion voting machines aren't the only machines compromised. ES&S machines have the same issues and features. Dominion also has machines that are able to scan and mark ballots after the last time a voter touches their ballot. They can even change the settings to mimic a human to purposely not fill in the bubble neatly when selecting a candidate. What's also concerning is Georgia's reversal rates on their machines, which was around 15% to 20% in the 2020 election. What do these machines need to do when marking a ballot? Reverse the ballot and the refeeds itself before marking the ballot. White hats on Telegram.
Wednesday, May 27th. Voter fraud. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. There's now evidence that electronic voting machines have been tampered with to manipulate election outcomes in the United States, as we witness the overthrow of the U.S. government on November 3rd, 2020. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time, and vulnerable to exploitation, to manipulation, the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country, so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections. Dominion deleted 2.7 million Trump votes nationwide. Data analysis finds 221,000 Pennsylvania votes switched from President Trump to Biden, 941,000 Trump votes deleted, and 435 votes from Trump to Biden.
Secrets, joined today by Chris O'Connor, who served 60 years on an alternate timeline in the Secret Space Program, the SSP, known as part of the 20 and Back program. The 20 and Back program refers to a covert space initiative in which participants serve 20-year terms in off-world operations before being age regressed or moved into a clone of the appropriate age and returned to Earth, often with their memories suppressed. All right, so Chris, I was just talking to you before the show. I've been reading, some of your book that you have out, and it is phenomenal. I'm getting crazy downloads. Man of Mimas, is that how you pronounce that?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome. Beautiful book. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like, wow. I've been regressed in Gaia. They had me in Gaia for several shows and had an expert come in and regress me so I could go into those memories, which are, like you're talking about, they're suppressed. And I just had a flood of stuff to come out. Wow, it was great. But you have been able to tap into that. So it's going to be quite an interesting conversation. So thanks for joining us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Michael, thank you so much for inviting me on.
Absolutely. I saw you with Carrie Cassie. That was a great show. Hopefully we can get into some deeper aspects in this one. Now, tell us a little bit about your background, from the childhood, how you got into the program and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it's interesting. I before I incarnated here on Earth, I actually made an agreement. My soul family and I, my people I work with, as we all have, we had a plan, and I wanted to represent the Earth on the space station and the Earth embassy on the Mimas station. The only way I could do that, because for the most part there is a non-contact with Earth. It's very limited contact. You have to get special permission by the Confederation of Planets, and it's a whole thing. So there is a caveat to that if you incarnate through the human race, and this is the same for any race that's evolving, if you incarnate through them, then any memories that come through, you can talk about. So it's not considered interference. So that's the reason I went through the incarnation route, because otherwise I couldn't just like pop in on Earth, that was being not allowed. So we made an agreement that when I was 2 years old, they would basically take me. When I say they, I am generally referring to the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force, and because they work together collaboratively off planet, which is kind of now it's Space Force really, but
yeah, exactly.
Didn't have it then.
Thank you, President. Yeah.
Yeah. So they took me and they age advanced me. They have technology to do that. Now that advancement process isn't fun by any means. Basically, it's what they do is they'll take you. Here I am. I was 2 years old, so they took my 2-year-old self in 1970. I was born in 1968. 1970, they came and got me. And then they took me somewhere. I don't know where. I was 2. I didn't know. But I just remembered it was very medical looking, like a laboratory. And long story short, I was stripped down and cleaned and placed in these, it was just like a large acrylic tube, laying horizontally. Mm-hmm. And it was like halfway or so filled with this pink liquid, sort of a gel, but not quite. And the first several seconds were quite terrifying. And I remember all of that really well. Obviously, it's traumatizing. Mm-hmm. And then they flush the tank and fill it again. And basically, my brain realized that even though it was much more difficult because I'm not getting air in my lungs, I'm getting liquid. Mm-hmm. But my body and brain calmed down because they were getting enough oxygen.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's highly oxygenated fluid. And it's based on the DNA.
Let me stop you there and kind of regress a little bit, if you will.
Sure.
Before you came in, so you said you had an agreement, and now you've talked about your past lives. And how in depth have you gone into your past life memories and so forth? How many past lives and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I clearly don't remember them all. I remember highlights, obviously, but I have had 2,876,000 lifetimes.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
But most of us have had that many or very similar.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah.
So I've had the thing that really I think initiated my memories of the secret space program was going into my past lives and having past life memories, and then it kind of like just opened another door for me. Yeah. Did you have any of that experience as well?
Absolutely, yes. Okay. I have memories of other planets. I have memories of being an animal. I have memories of my chronological last Earth life. It was on the island of Kauai, and the guy's name was Walter Duncan McBride. And
I heard you talked about that, and there with Carrie Cassidy. That was fascinating.
Yeah,
and how you had all those memories, and now you live in Hawaii and you see all the stuff that you did in that lifetime. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, had I not moved to that island, interestingly, that actual town that he founded, and I didn't know that at all. I mean, I had none of the memories when I moved there. I just knew I was listening to guidance, and they're like, "Okay, here's a house over here. Try to get that one." And
so
I did.
That's interesting. The past life memory seems to open some kind of block that we have as SSP guys. Is that what you feel too?
Yeah, I find what it is when one memory unlocks or comes in, then it brings others with it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And you think because of all your past lifetimes, and probably some of them are pretty significant, that's why you were chosen for this mission?
Yes, because what I did was work on a I don't know, James Rink says, "Well, Chris, I guess we all need politicians." Like, I wasn't really a politician, James, but for the most part, I worked in an ambassadorial type of a role.
Yeah.
Because I worked with a lot of races and I had the ability to telepathically connect. And I wasn't the only one. There were several of us.
Wow. And you kind of mentioned James Rink there. I saw that you were, and I was going to go to this one, the October 8th last year. Unfortunately, he passed away soon after that. I think he's probably was targeted, but you spoke at that one.
Yes.
So your word's getting out there. This is great. You got a book. You got the that we're going to talk about here in a minute, or at some point. Okay, so sorry to interrupt, but this is like, oh my God, I got somebody that I could talk to about all this stuff.
It kind of makes sense,
So it's you're kind of like helping me put the pieces of the puzzle together. So I love it. I'm sure maybe there's probably other people out there. That's how it happened for me. People started coming up to me and saying, you're in the secret space program, right? And I'm like, no, kind of. So, and then it started to happen for me. So
elaborate, right?
Yeah. And I started going, all the way back to like you're talking about back when I was very young. And then the memories started coming through. Now, I don't remember the process that you went through, but I do remember being age accelerated. But I was doing stuff and it was painful. It was almost like getting some kind of like super high tech steroid or something. And I grew a lot faster than normal, painfully. But the stuff I was learning, it was great. So let's go back to where you're in this acrylic tube or whatever. I have memories of being in those tubes as well. So that's very interesting.
Well, it's the same technology, really. Yeah. I in my case, and I'm sure many, I can't speak for anybody else, that gel, that pink goo or whatever you want to call it, is based on your own personal DNA. So it's grown and then highly oxygenated, and then but the whole body needs to be able to take it in. So what they then did was, there's all these little holes, rubber holes on the edges of all the way around the acrylic tube, and they would stick these large needles in, and they would go into the certain organs and joints and bones and brain and all this stuff. And what that did was that got that gel inside the body, so the inside of the body would grow at the same rate as whatever's exposed. There's a scene in the movie Wolverine Origins, where they put I don't remember what it's called, but it's like a liquid metal into his bones.
Yeah.
And when I first saw that, I was like, you got to be kidding. They actually put this in the movie. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Of course, it was a different thing, but it was the pink growth gel. But yeah, so I was in there for like.
It was Avatar, where he's in that tank. I have memories being in the tank like that, and having, like these tubes and, stuff like you're talking about, inserted in me and my DNA, they had my DNA. And as long as they refurbished me to a certain extent, my soul would come back into my body within a certain period of time. So you got like 40 days, 30 to 40 days before your soul is like, oop, gone. So if they can refurbish your body, you will go back into your body.
Well, they can put your soul in a stasis as well,
Interesting.
Yeah. Because it's all vibrational, it's all frequency, and it's the frequency that our pineal gland puts out that they match that technology. In fact, that's where this originally came from, was theirs can pull consciousness out. They could erase memory with theirs and all. Mine doesn't do that, but and so what it does is it just, you can suck it out and then put it in a copy. I mean, from my understanding, it can only really be a DNA match body, because the pineal gland frequency, that has to be able to connect. And then that way, I'm honestly, because the second time was part of a negotiation, I wanted to be put in a 20-year younger body. And then the fourth body, which is this one, was 2 years old in 2030, and they moved me back to 1970. So
wow. So was the Dean's device used during that time frame?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's how I know about it.
Okay, during that that would make sense. You have a very traumatic experience, so it really locks in. So tell us a little bit about this Dean's device. This is fascinating.
Yeah, well, this is it. This is one of the, versions of it. There's a couple. It's actually 13 magnets in series in the handle.
Mm-hmm.
And then once the circuit that's created magnetic frequency and the circulation of that magnetic field wants to come up and around this magnet, but this one is polarized this direction. So as the energy comes up and around, it's pushed out, and that creates a vortex. And that vortex you can penetrate your body with, and it's a piezoelectric energy and a magnetic energy, and it's excellent for pain relief. It helps with all sorts of amazing things, and that's what we used it for. But the one in the SSP is electronic, and so it can be programmed. This is not. This is simply as natural as you can possibly get to create magnetic energy and piezoelectric, because the piezoelectric, some people say piezo, I don't know, whatever.
Sure.
Energy is what the brain creates, and it's what the nervous system uses. So this creates, and there's two ways to create a piezoelectric energy. One is to crush a crystal, the spark that'll come out of that.
Yeah.
That's piezoelectric energy. The other is to, turn a magnet against its, desired position. Mm-hmm. So right now, this is how it wants to rest. But I turn it and I put it in, and that creates piezoelectric energy because I'm going against the magnetic field.
Yeah.
And so so that's the whole concept of it. And
then you have like the 7 chakra level crystals, different colored crystals, right?
I do. I'm having to have many hundreds of them recut, and it takes a while, but yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I took them off
right now.
Pardon?
Big demand right now?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Gotta get my order in quick, huh? So,
yeah. I mean,
my audience is going to be all over this. So, I better get it in right away. So,
yeah. Well, it might take a couple months for some people to get it. It depends how quickly they order. There's not too many that I've already built that are left.
Yeah.
They all have to be rebuilt again. And I build every single one myself. So
wow.
It takes a little while, but
yeah,
I can get them out.
Yeah, I'm sure you got the right frequency and vibration to build them too. So that's something that you can't just teach somebody right overnight. So
I know every single one is prayed over, and it's like energy put into it. And
oh wow,
yeah,
good, even better. So let's go into so you basically they built you up, and then they started to put you into the program, and this is something that you had volunteered for. Yes. And let's go into that aspect. There's so many questions. I mean, I want to get to the moon part, and that's going to be good too. So, how do you get to where you're supposed to be from that little child, and they're like age progressing you?
Well, once they age advanced me, they had to unlock my memories, which then they did. Because our memories are all there. It's just they're scrambled so that we can't access them. And that's part of the veil of forgetting when we become incarnated.
Incarnate here, yeah. Huh.
But if you know the frequency, because time's a wave, and, as the wave travels through the valleys and troughs of a wave, right? Each valley, each peak has a timestamp, and each valley has a timestamp. So if they want to erase your memory or scramble it really, then they know the timestamps of the time period they want to do that. And so then they go in and they program that, and they push a button, and you forget, and it's scrambled, and you can't remember or access. Your brain can't access the memories is what it is. but they can reverse it also.
Hmm.
They can unscramble those memories. And so that's what they did. And when they did, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I remember why I'm here now. I remember what my, mission is, my job, my desire. And so for the first 20 years, I was pretty much on Earth for the most part, because my agreement was I would give 20 years in service to the United States. So since they were going to host me, and this was all stuff they were doing. So for 20 years, I kind of learned how to use the DEEMs, or they don't call it the DEEMs, but I do. I learned how to, do memory transfer, and I've learned how to, access telepathic and empathic abilities, so I could communicate with other beings. And so that, it takes a while. So the first 20 years was pretty much here on Earth, out in the deserts, underground, so.
Yeah, I have memories of training underground in different facilities, and then going out in space and doing all kind of crazy stuff. Maybe we'll get into some of that. But I'm gonna read just a little quick paragraph from your book, Man of Mimas. And
okay.
So just so everybody can see, just hearing you talk, everybody's, I'm sure at this point, like stunned with the amount of information you have. You can't perceive higher densities without the right technology or training. Your eyes, ears, even your mind are not tuned to those frequencies by default. But governments, especially those involved in space operations, do have the technology to pierce these veils. They have something which I call a density engine. So I'm not going to give any more. So you have to go read the book. But wow, I mean, it's like, and then you started talking about different frequencies and dimensions and so forth. And I was like, now I understand. Just like you were talking about the time, how they can, program you so you don't remember. Wow, that's you brought back a lot of knowledge. Now, was that part of what you came here for, so that you could share some of this?
Yes, it's kind of broad sweeping.
Yeah.
Mission is just to help with disclosure and help bring information so people can begin to open their mind, open their thinking, and understand the greater cosmos and our place in it, because we have a tremendous place that we've been tricked into forgetting about that.
Right.
And I'm not talking about the veil. I mean, unfortunately, religion and politics and a number of things that were put in place so that we will fight one another and be separated, and we're not seeking source or God.
Mm-hmm.
So we are distracted, and that was the whole goal. So that's why I'm speaking out, because I'm like, let's not be distracted anymore. Let's look into it. And I tell people, you don't have to believe what I say. I honestly, it doesn't matter if anybody believes what I say.
Mm-hmm.
What matters to me is they hear what I have to say with an open mind.
Right. Very good.
At some point, something might be of assistance to them. And that's my whole goal.
That's fantastic. And you're like me, you're all about love too. And that's one of the valuable things that you're sharing, in which I share. Now, this is interesting because it seems like for me, I'm still in that, warrior, mindset, trying to, defeat this deep state apparatus, this control system that's keeping us, dumbed down to a certain extent, to a great extent, really, like you're revealing right now and in your book. So where do you see yourself right now?
I mean, I'm just here, trying to create an environment of no judgment, and hearing people and expressing myself to help support others. So they don't know that they don't believe they're crazy, because that's one thing we're all told. We're vivid dreamers. We're, psychotic break, or whatever it might be. I've heard it all. And I want people to know, if you have memories, you have things going on in your life, and they're difficult to quantify, right? With with reality, with the day to day, what we've been taught and told. That's okay. I mean, let those things come in and just put them up on a shelf in your mind, but don't reject them.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we begin rejecting them, we become disingenuine to our own soul.
Good point.
And we're here to evolve the soul. That's why we're here. And then part of evolving our own personal soul is to support others in their soul evolution. And so we got to just trust ourselves and be non-judgmental about it.
So I see Lisa Schermerhorn. She says, I have one. It's amazing. Lucky girl.
Yeah. I love Lisa.
She's amazing. But, some of us have these memories, and I've talked to people over the years. I used to, do one-on-ones and so forth. And I would tell people, you were part of the secret space program. And they're like, really? And as for me, it's very obvious for some people, but I don't really, at this point, I'm not, hey, you are all secret. I don't do that anymore, because it's like you have to, find, like I did and like you did, you have to find your own experience, what's going to unlock that. You can be intrigued by it. I can think, people are listening to us, and if something like triggers, I've been having memories and so forth. That's kind of maybe a gateway for you to do some explorations.
Yeah, it's just a catalyst. It's a catalyst to get you thinking and to change your thought patterns to one of being self-accepting and less judgmental of the self. And then that'll just carry over between you and everyone else once you can do that. And then when you do that, what it is the subconscious. I'll tell you why that matters. Is that the mind? I always look at it in three layers, right? There's the conscious mind on top. In the middle is the analytical mind, and then the subconscious mind is down lower. It's just a visualization, but the subconscious mind remembers everything. There's nothing hidden from the subconscious. But the analytical mind, when these thoughts come in, the first thing we do is, oh, that can't be real. I mean, I must be crazy, or I'm just making it up. And their memories trying to come through and remind you who you are. Yeah. So what we have to do is kind of silence the analytical mind and take the judgment out, and then it can float up to the conscious mind. That's what makes meditation amazing. Is the analytical mind, you kind of put it to sleep, and then suddenly these things come into your conscious mind, and these memories and these experiences, and it changes your life.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest stumbling blocks for a lot of people. The meditation, proper meditation practice, and how to quiet that analytical mind, like you're talking about. So these insights and so forth can come through. Obviously, you have an excellent meditation practice. You're able to tap into a lot of this stuff. For me, like I said, I went to Gaia, and I had a lot of these memories, and somebody found out about it, and it's like, oh, come to Gaia. We want you to go through this, do these shows, and they did the regression on me. Basically, took me into those lifetimes, and just the stuff just started spilling out. The woman that did the regression said, I've never had anybody, and she's done thousands of people that has come out with so much information. It was pretty amazing. So it was, but it seemed like I hit a brick wall after that. It's almost like I got a lot of stuff that was ready to come out, and I got sucked out, and it's like, okay, we have to build that back up again. It's been a while, but I have been building memories. So for you, are you constantly getting memories, or how's it working for you?
It really depends on me, where I'm at vibrationally. If I, like last year, I had some real health issues from a bone infection, and I just felt just terrible for months. So I wasn't really able to connect during those times because I was too focused on the physical form. But when we can kind of set it down, and meditation isn't necessarily sitting in silence. Meditation can be anything that gets you in a calm state of mind. For example, my favorite way to meditate is on a treadmill. I'll get in there I'll put it up to the highest level, and it's like a walk. It's not a run. And so I just lock my body into that motion, and I leave my body. I am like going throughout space.
My wife Tracy's like that. She like portals out.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to be put back in my body by some unseen force because I was getting too far out, and they're like, "No, no, you got to go back. You got to go back."
That's funny. So some of the technologies that you were is that kind of where your focus was, or did you? Because I have memories of flying ships, and I have memories of calling on ships. Of course, like you talked about, the Navy and Air Force is involved in these programs. So my memories of these ships were they had consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
I connected with I had to be trained how to connect with that consciousness because these ships won't work with just anybody. You have to have a certain level of consciousness. And then once you reach that state, then you become very connected to that ship. Do you have any experiences with that?
I absolutely do. I've been on ships that when you walk on board, it's like a little puppy that's really happy to see you after you've been gone all day long. And you can just feel that energy.
Wow.
And it knows all about you. I mean, provided you've been on the ship before.
Yeah.
First time you enter a ship like that, if it doesn't know you, you feel a slight uncomfortable vibe. Like, who are you? What are you doing here?
Yeah.
And then it learns you. And then, yeah. In fact, there's a race called the Largons that actually build those ships. I don't know. Are you familiar with them? I've
never heard of them. No.
Yeah, I think I can actually, if you want to see a picture, I can show you.
Yeah, awesome. So, and this is another thing I wanted to ask you because I have these memories because a lot of people are like, oh, we're human, and then there's like these other races and so forth. We incarnate in all of these different races, and we, like you're talking about, you have a soul family, and your soul family can be multiple different extraterrestrial races.
Absolutely. In fact, it's sort of an unwritten cosmic universal rule that when a race is able to evolve off of its planet, and travel, there's an obligation that you go and assist other lower evolving races as well. And it's sort of the full fourth to fifth density transitional phase when we give back, because if we help another race, we're helping ourselves, because this is something that's important for people to know too, is that all of these races, even the bad ones, which there's like 5-8% of all of them are, because they're more about controlling others, not supporting others. Even the negative, what we would call a negative race, we're all on a journey to reunification with God, with Source, because they all call him Source. They call the thought that created the universe the Source, but we refer to it in the West as God. We just have different terminology, but it's the same exact thing. And so we're all on the same journey. Wow. And that's why I tell people, let's just get along. You don't have to agree with everything, but there's no other option. Even the negative ones are trying to get back to Source in their way, although it's a bit of a distraction. So the whole universe is working toward reunification with Source. So how can we not get along with people? So that's the reason that they're so supportive, and people wonder, why do they have, coalitions in every developing solar system? Why would they put the resources out just to help a lower evolving race? And it's because we all have the same goal. And we're all working toward reunification. So, but here's the Largons.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So the human physical body and like a different.
Yeah. But these are this is an AI. Some of them I've tried to translate over to AI image because they look better. But these are all races I drew and painted on my own. from my memories.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Wow, that's excellent, Chris. Good job.
No, thanks.
So it's, again, probably helping people have these memories. My memories are, working with a lot of different races like that. You see them for who they are. I mean, like you're talking about when you come on a ship, the ship is like, I don't know. And then you prove yourself and they're like, oh yeah, like a puppy after that, every time you come back.
Yeah.
You can look at a certain race and at first you'd be like, oh, this looks a little different, but you get a okay feeling from them. And then once you get to know them, you're like, what incredible beings.
Well, and many of them have this emanation of love. Like they walk into the room, you can feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You turn and look, say, what in the world is that? And many of them do because they're more advanced, so spiritually. And so they learn to use that, frequency of love in a way that we haven't learned yet. In fact, most humans really have never felt true love.
Yeah.
We just haven't because we don't have the capacity. Physical bodies don't, and the brains don't quite have the capacity. We can, but we have to practice love all the time and then move into that space, like the love of a newborn or, a love of a child. Those come as close as you're going to get in my personal experience.
Fantastic. Beautiful. So 3 20 and backs. It would make sense because you already had, chosen to do that. Some people, like we're hearing, are basically kidnapped and forced to do 20 and back. So it seems like you and I we volunteered for these programs on the good side, but some people unfortunately are not, working for the good side in these 20 and backs. Where did you see the difference? Like the parallel group that's running out there, that's not only up and up. They're not focused on love, right? They're focused on slaves and control and dark energies and all that kind of stuff. Where did you see that that break, and how did you end up with the good side?
Well, I made the agreement before I came, so I already knew what side I wanted to be on. And so that's why we had them come and get me and take me. But I had experiences with some of the Dark Fleet, I guess, we often refer to them as, where, because there's a couple things here in my brain. On a cosmic level, when anybody is from a particular planet, for example, Earth humans, and I say Earth humans because there are humans from other places as well. But Earth humans, we're all responsible for one another. I mean, down to the singular person. So if the Dark Fleet's out there, not even being represented by us, but they do something bad, steal, you and I are responsible for that. And we have to go figure that out. And so there was a particular circumstance where the Dark Fleet went. They were trying to trade. I believe it was a form of crystal. I don't remember that part, but they had an asteroid mining complex, and so the Dark Fleet tried to negotiate a purchase, but they wouldn't sell to them because they were part of the Confederation of Planets, and there was like an embargo. So they got angry and they left, but they came back and they attacked. They took what they wanted. They were tall, thin grays with a triangular head. And so, long story short, I was in negotiations trying to make them okay with what happened, which is almost impossible because they were going to come to Earth or attack a colony. I don't know what they were going to do exactly, but I remember they were talking about coming to Earth and exacting revenge and then leaving the Confederation altogether. So it was an emergency, and I and 2 others and then security went to the asteroid, and we were in negotiation, sitting in a boardroom, and it didn't go well. The one being just ran across his chest, and he was just wearing a vest, and his skin was exposed. And then he ran his hand across his chest, and this like blue-green light came out of where our heart would be. But it's because we're responsible for the actions of those people that did that. That's why I was there, and that's why we have our embassy there, to try to make things right before it escalates. You know, and I was moved into another body, and then, you know, I was okay after a few days, but
Very nice.
you know, it was good.
But yeah, I mean, the negotiators like yourself are very important, you know, and on the good guy side, you know, when guys like me, you know, get involved, it's not going to be pretty. So that's why, you know, it's your work is very, very, very important in that realm. We kind of see that right now with President Trump. You know, I'm like, I can't believe we haven't gone in there to just crush them, you know. And but he's doing it, you know, through negotiation. We're going to get it all the way to this point, and then if it's, you know, they don't, you know, come to terms, you know, see the light, see the love, then we're going to have to, like, you know, take it to a different level. So that's what your work was obviously doing. That's just pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was really important, and it meant a lot to me. And I really wanted to, you know, be in that position that I could help save lives, you know, and show other races that humans are not kind of as bad as they think we are, because we are kind of as bad as they think we are.
Yeah.
You know, we're not the most rational, you know, race. I mean, some of us are, obviously, but how could you do that? And how can you not be, you know, getting along and understanding? But we're in our transition right now. So
yeah. And we do have a very negative race of Draco that have been influenced us for a long time and have been interbreeding with us and all that kind of stuff. So that's not helpful.
Not at all. No, and that's all part of the plan. But that's what we're kind of working through right now. So, you know, I won't be too much longer. This Earth is going to be a much, much different place in a very positive way. So we just kind of have to get through the bumpy road between now and then, you know.
Yeah, very good. Very good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it. I see it in the future too. You know, golden age. So you're let's go to the Saturn moon.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about that. It looks like you know, something out of Star Wars.
Well, interesting. It's part of soft disclosure because the I think I can show you this. I might be able to see it. So that's the moon of Mimas right there.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Death Star.
Exactly.
You know? And there's a reason for that. Whenever the original Star Wars came out, I think it was 1970, you know, 3 or whatever it was. It was 3 years later. Once the first Star Wars came out, 3 years later is when Cassini flew by and took the first photos of the moon Mimas. And lo and behold, it looks just like the Death Star.
Yeah.
But that was intentional because the Confederation of Planets on Mimas was working with Spielberg. They still are.
Wow.
And the new movie coming out
is
a big deal. You know, I haven't seen it. I don't know, but it's exciting at least. But so that's why Mimas looks like the Death Star. It's just a hint saying, okay, isn't this odd? You know, it makes you think. And that's the whole point of it. That's what soft disclosure is. You know, many, many sci-fi films and TV shows, especially lately, are just telling us the truth left and right. You know, so we're not too shocked, you know, as a race.
So, you know, I have memories of flying ships and going from one density to another, like going from the air into the water, like it's nothing. And connecting with my craft. And it's like the intention is there. And then the craft goes into some kind of other dimensional realm or something. And we can fly, you know, from transition from one to the other. You probably remember that one show, Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, where they had that craft. It was like a submarine, and they had a craft that would like launch, and it would go in and out of the water like it was nothing. And when I saw that, I was like, kind of like you. I was like, I remember that. It's like, I remember, you know, flying those things somehow. But how could I? and then going through matter. Some people think that these craft are going into some kind of, and sometimes they do, through a portal or something when they go into a mountain, but it's the same thing. They're transitioning into a different frequency dimensional realm, and they can fly through a mountain and come out the other side. And that would be if they're being chased, because there are wars going on in our atmosphere. Craft are being shot down. And we see some of that. And they do back engineering on it and so forth. But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, we've had thousands and thousands of ships for 40 years, if not longer.
Yeah.
And so that's the U.S. I'm referring to. We've had them for a very long time. A lot of them are actually, they weren't piloted, especially at the beginning. They were remote. So a lot of what we saw, it was us, but we couldn't talk about it. So, they just let us think what we wanted to think, which was reasonable, to think it was somebody from another planet. So a lot of them were actually us the whole time. Some of them were not. Some of the ones that were shot down, like the Roswell scenario,
right?
That was totally intentional by some fairly negative beings. And they basically sacrificed 2 synthetic beings and 1 biological being, and flew them right over the deserts. And then we shot it down. And then they came to the government and said, "Hey, now that you have our ship, how would you like the technology in it?" It was like fiber optics and Wi-Fi and this other stuff.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Yeah, what do we got to do?" And then they went and they met with Eisenhower, and he said, "My people are not ready for this. So I don't want to make a deal with you," which turned out to be a good thing, because these weren't the good guys. They were the unfortunate guys. And so he said no. So then 12 men from large corporations, we called the Majestic 12, came in, contacted this race and said, "The president won't make an agreement with you, but we will." So they got all this technology and how to make it. And, I think they were limited in what they really taught us, but they said the only thing we want in return, because our genetic DNA were dying off, and which was a big old lie. We want to abduct basically 300,000 Americans. And so the Majestic 12 agreed. They didn't have a place. They couldn't even do it legally, but they did it. But it turned out that they ended up abducting several 100,000 people, and then it became a conflict. And, and so it was just a big problem after that. But that's how it started.
I've never heard this version, but it rings true. Wow.
Yeah.
So, because we're seeing that now, this negative corporate side that's running a parallel government type thing, and those that get out of line, that they want to suppress this information because they have control of it, or they want to keep control of it. So these scientists and so forth that are revealing their technology that they've developed over a long time through the help of negative ETs.
Yeah, well, they had to get rid of the witnesses, basically. And, sad but true. And it ended up that they started, basically a war with us. But then we ended up with support to fight them off and push them down south into Antarctica, which they were for quite a long time. I don't really know personally that much about Antarctica, other than that they were there.
Yep.
And then they also went to our moon to retreat, so.
Yeah, that's where I remember seeing them going to the moon base and training there. Is kind of like everybody's off limits. You can't fight, but there's a little tension. And the humans that are up there, we have the worst area of the moon, and then everybody else has the best areas, depending on what their level is. But that's interesting. So Now I have memories of also having a home on one of the moons of Saturn, and living there, and have a in the secret space program I have a family, and so having my own moon because of the level that I'm at, I rated a moon, the Saturn rings and so forth, because there's tons of moons. I mean, billions of moons or whatever. So different sizes. So the moon that you're talking about, I saw where you said it's like dimensional.
Yeah, it's if you wanted to locate, it's the first moon outside the visible rings of Saturn, the first one. It's about 123 miles across and in radius, and so it's not gigantic, but it's pretty big. It's a lot smaller than our moon, but yeah, it was a natural occurring body, just like our moon, but they were reworked. And so what they did was this high density race of beings, which we would refer to as angels or whoever. We all have different terminologies.
Yeah.
They're high density, and they can create anything from thought. A lot of races can, but we will be able to soon.
Yeah.
And so they created this, reworked this moon into a station, and the space station, the moon Mimas, they created different parts of it for different density levels. And so, okay, for example, if you look up thermal images of Mimas from NASA, they can't figure out why it's hot here and cold here and hot here and it wobbles over here. They can't figure out why. Well, the reason there's temperature fluctuations of such a large degree is because those are different areas of different density, higher density. So the higher density beings live in high temperatures. Like, for example, they live on suns. Like our own sun has a race that lives on it. But then there are others that are where we are. So our temperature range is, much more narrow and a lot cooler. But also the reason there's a wobble to Mimas is because there's an ocean in there. I think probably more than one. And the interesting thing is that right next to the Earth Embassy is a redwood forest on Mimas. That's how big the moon is.
Goodness.
So, and we, because it's the Earth Embassy, and so any intelligent life from Earth, is generally invited to join the embassy. And that includes Sasquatch. And they're there as well. And they live in the redwood forest because that's what their preference is, right? Being out in nature, which I totally get, It just wasn't for the bugs, but no. So we have a number of different races in the Earth Embassy. There are hundreds of people from Earth that live there. And there are actually 22, from what I knew, 22 major outposts or stations or places that Earth humans reside. 22 major ones, but we're on over 100 different planets and asteroids, and space stations. We're all over the place.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And that's just in our solar system?
Generally, but we're outside of the solar system as well. Yeah.
How far out do we go as
the furthest I'm aware of or was aware of, it was like a Betelgeuse.
Wow.
That section, I know we were there, and there's another one. I'm a very visual person. I don't remember all the names, but I can look at a star chart and like, oh yeah, we're here, and we're here, and we're here.
Yeah.
But mainly Betelgeuse because it's easy to remember.
Incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
It's such a fascinating conversation. And so the angelic beings, like you were talking about, so I had a Archangel Michael experience, and from that point on, I really understood the love frequency. Was able to use it everywhere I would go in combat zones. I would send out that love frequency, and it wouldn't be any more attacks. So Now I have memories of going to Venus and training. That was one of my training sites where I learned that love frequency even more, because my memories are there's angelics there inside Venus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, because the temperature is so high, but then they have, I don't have memories of being there. I've just heard that, they have like underground places, and they have some domes that are protected from the heat, and they can live and reside in those areas.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have memories of it. But
lots of waterfalls and water and all that kind of stuff in there. So that's kind of what I remember. Yeah. And doing
a lot of ships have forests on them, and they have waterfalls. I mean, I remember ships that were like pristine, pure white, just kind of what you imagine something being super futuristic.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a big doorway and a little hall, and you go in there, and it's like waterfalls and trees, and these ships are pretty amazing. We don't have any of those that I'm aware of. Ours are much more utilitarian.
Yeah.
But I've been on some pretty amazing ships.
Yeah, I've heard stories of that where it on the outside it looks like small craft, and then you go inside and it's like you're talking about huge. It's
wow. The TARDIS, right, from Doctor Who. That little tiny phone box turns into an infinity of space.
Yeah. How does that work? What kind of mathematics, dimensional frequency stuff is that going on there?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
Yeah.
But I do know it's a layered dimensional effect. That's the only thing I remember. Somehow they layer dimensions.
Yeah.
Stack them together. And how they compress them to an exterior, because that's the exterior of those dimensions are actually physical forms. So you can put dimensions in any size or shape or of anything. And if you have the right technology.
Yeah. And that's the problem. Like you mentioned in your book, you have to be trained. So we're trained to be dumb, to not understand any of this. Overcoming that. And then like you, I have memories of this stuff, but I don't know how to explain it in, this realm, because we're dumbed down. We don't have the technology. We don't have the understanding, and so forth. So, but I know you're deep into meditation, and that's the way I pull a lot of this information out. If I have the time and I can, go into, sometimes I just get inspired. It's like with your book, I was already, this morning I was like going into these realms, these meditative realms, where I could start to pull that information out again. That's there for all of us, but like you're talking about, we come in with a veil, and we're forgetful. Yeah. So books like yourself and this conversation, a lot of people are saying, this is a great conversation. I'm learning so much. And that's true, because people will, they'll start to awaken. Yeah. And the veil will drop a little bit, and then they'll get a piece of information. They'll be with that for a little bit, and they'll understand it, and then they'll come back for more. That's amazing. So yeah, you're contributing quite a bit. So yeah, explaining this stuff, like you put the magnets together and so forth, and all that's another frequency thing. Tell us a little bit more about that, because I'm getting excited about getting off the show and buying one. So some of these people are out there already buying it.
Yeah. Well, basically, since I explained that it creates a vortex of energy, it doesn't do anything except for amplify Earth energy, ambient energy around us. Because normally, if we were grounding every day, we were going barefoot, and we weren't living in houses, we would be connected to the earth in a way that we would be much more telepathic, much more psychic, we'd heal much more quickly. We're not. All connecting to the earth, we're not connecting enough. Some people obviously do, but majority of us don't. So this kind of replaces that. Yeah. And it just brings that energy in, and it uses that energy for communication. It balances, because we've got to balance our chakras and, our energy centers. And when we can do that, then we're open to communication because our frequency raises up, and then they can kind of come down and we can meet one another in the middle. So that's kind of the whole point of raising our vibration and balancing the chakras. It's not, also it's better for our body to be balanced, energetically speaking, because it's just an energy flow. And so that helps with all of that. But yeah, it's each device has 8 carats of micro diamonds, and sort of like a Baghdad battery. I don't know if you know what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like those ancient batteries.
So they lit up those temples and stuff too.
Yes. And they healed. They would lay them on the body, and the body it would generate energy, and also create light. What you're saying.
Yeah.
So
and I recommend everybody go to your website, and because you have a video, nice video where you talk about this really, really well. Really.
Yeah.
Deep. Yeah.
Yeah. It's much more inclusive. It's like, I don't know, 11 minutes or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, and so the DEAMS itself only emanates piezoelectric and magnetic energy for the most part. That's all it does. But it's what our body needs and is starving for. So then our body does everything. We heal ourselves. Our body heals itself. And this is just support. That's all it is.
Incredible, Chris.
Yeah, thanks.
Any final words? We're definitely going to have to do a lot more shows in the future, but any other things you'd like to share at this point?
Well, I would like to share that you and I, all of us, are much more connected than we realize.
Yeah.
We are really, truly all one. It's just we have been told to judge one another, to separate us, and to keep us from getting along so that we don't become more powerful than the powers that be. And that's what they're concerned about, is that we'll get together, but that's exactly what we need to do. And that's what I suggest we do. So a quick little practice to do that is when you look into the face of another person, whether in person or, on video or photo, look into the face of a stranger, of somebody you love, and see the face of God. Ooh. And you look into the mirror, looking at yourself, and see the face of God, and realize we're all one, and we're all here for the same purpose. We just don't all remember yet.
Wow, that's just beautiful. Well done, Chris. And people were asking about your website again. I put it in the chat, and it's in the description box. But tell them what's your website?
It's DEAMS, DEEMS. So DEAMS Company spelled out. DEAMScompany.com.
Very nice.
Yeah.
All right. Beautiful. Because I know probably people will listen to it on their phone, or we put this on Audible too, and so people can enjoy it. And we'll put some clips together. It'll be amazing. People are going to love this one. Very, very exciting. Very exciting times. Along the lines that you're talking about, the combat aspect. When me and my groups were called in to do that, we tried to do the combat as minimalized as possible. That I remember, because we were trying to minimize it, because every one of those entities that were taken out, reverberated back to us to a certain extent. So that's one of the things, again, like you're talking about, look at everyone and see the face of God. So it's tough to do that. And
yeah.
But certain levels you have to do it. But yeah. So
you don't have to understand them or agree with them. You just understand that they're a different aspect of the same being. Beautiful. Experiencing all possibilities.
That's good. Very good.
Yeah.
All right. Really great show. On a whole different level, I believe. So it was great. Great connecting with you. Great. You open up so much more for me. I've been kind of challenged a little bit in this secret space program stuff a little bit, because James Rink's gone. He was bringing a lot of stuff in. So, they try to keep shutting us down, but we'll keep it going.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Love you, James. So great.
Cheers.
All right, Michael. Thank you for asking me here again.
Yeah, and lots of love to you. Thanks a lot.
You too.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Judy note, who is our real enemy? Founded in 1727, the Committee of 300 existed to rule the planet from the shadows through blackmail, bloodlines, and brute force. Its membership included the Windsors, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, BlackRock executives, pharma CEOs, royal bloodlines, and intelligence overlords. The Committee of 300 have been orchestrating wars, collapses, and social and re-engineering, always to centralize their control and strip sovereignty from humanity. From ESG to AI, all part of the committee's permanent war on freedom. Trump and his global military alliance had been fighting for that freedom for a very long time. Early Tuesday morning, May 26, 2026, Trump posted on Truth Social, I am mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords. He was talking Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, and Jordan, and demanding that all of them sign a peace agreement, including recognizing Israel, or no deal on the Iran war. Evidently, Iran and their wish to rule by a nuclear attack on the U.S. was still out of hand, because right after Trump's statement appeared, word was received that the U.S. was bombing certain security sites in Iran. Trump needed the Mideast countries to cooperate. He wasn't just fighting Iran, he was taking down the whole worldwide cabal to free peoples of the world. This article, written back in 2022, explained some of the problems we knew about back then, as well as some of what Trump and the White Hats were doing about it. It has been an elaborate chess game, none of which the mainstream media has covered. Saturday, December 3rd, Biden, Pelosi, Obama, charged with treason, collusion with CCP on 2020 voter fraud, pedophile ring run out of the White House, politics before it's news.
Saturday, the 3rd of December, 2022, Biden, Pelosi, Obama charged with treason, collusion with CCP on 2020 voter fraud, pedophile ring run out of the White House, politics before it's news. On Thursday, the 1st of December 2022, Nancy Pelosi and other deep staters were arrested following Biden's state banquet. According to Alliance reporter Michael Baxter, Nancy Pelosi, other deep staters arrested following Biden's banquet. Evidently, the arrests were a part of a much larger worldwide military operation to capture, arrest, and hold military tribunals on global elites charged with treason and sedition. That list was said to include Obama, Biden, and 80% of Congress. On Thursday, the 1st of December 2022, the United States Special Forces and Army Rangers arrested 4 politicians, 2 Hollywood actors, and 2 liberal media personalities following Biden regime's Gala Extraordinaire banquet, where 300 black-tie guests feasted on taxpayer-funded Maine lobster, Alma's caviar, and bottles of Chateau Margaux Grand Vangot, $200,000 per bottle. Contrary to the regime's narrative, the lavish celebration did not take place at the White House in Washington, D.C., reported Baxter. Rather, the deception took place at Tyler Perry's 2-scale mock-up of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, a precise facsimile of the real thing. Real Raw News and other alternative media have in the past elaborated on how the regime uses Perry's property to emulate official government functions. Evidently, Pelosi and the deep state arrests have been pending for quite a while. Back on Sunday, the 25th of April 2021, in a Fox News Hannity bombshell report, Julian Assange claimed, "We have hard proof that President Obama ran a pedophile ring out of the White House." Assange said that a WikiLeaks email to Obama read that a young boy the age of 5 will make the perfect catamite for the president. He will arrive from Romania on Tuesday. I'm sure the president will be pleased. Obama, Biden, Clinton, Pelosi, White House pedophile ring. Uncovered by WikiLeaks politics before its news. Assange named Pelosi, among other notables, as being involved in the international pedophile ring connected to Epstein Pedophile Island, Bill and Hillary Clinton, Tim Kaine, Elizabeth Warren, Jimmy Carter, Harry Reid, Ben Affleck, Cory Booker, and Al Franken. Trump attorney Lynn Wood included Chief Justice John Roberts in the group. WikiLeaks. Obama ran pedophile ring out of White House, the Underground Report. Actually, in January of that same 2021, President Trump had planned to throw treason bombshells at Biden, Harris, Pelosi, Comey, and Clinton that would obliterate Congress. That was just before the Electoral College voted on which slate of electors to accept for the U.S. presidency. The president's legal team was to unleash evidence of 2020 election voter fraud by Democrats in collusion with the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign governments. Evidence was slated to be shown of Dominion voting machines switching Trump votes to Biden. Evidently, just prior to the November 3rd election, the Dominion company was purchased by the Chinese Communist Party. The elections of the 6 swing states which used the machines were said to be fraudulent and uncertifiable. Back then, there was even a possibility that the Electoral College would not be held because of the amount of Senate and House members who had already been charged with treason and pedophilia. The National Pulse had revealed a huge new list of traitorous U.S. congresspeople, state lawmakers, and bureaucrats said to have taken money, trips, dinners, or cultural propaganda freebies from the Chinese Communist Party. It was estimated that 80% of Congress was involved in pedophilia and collusion with foreign powers to influence the 2020 election. Biden, Harris, Pelosi, Comey, Clinton treason bombs slated to obliterate Congress on Wednesday. Prior to that, on Saturday, the 6th of April 2019, Pelosi had already been charged with treason. White House attorney Rudy Giuliani filed the formal charge against the Speaker of the House and called for her impeachment. The court papers, not yet made public, showed Pelosi was suspected to be involved in child trafficking at the Arizona CEMEX site, was believed to have received millions in drug money from convicted Mexican drug lord El Chapo, as Chapo confessed and named her, among others, at his sentencing hearing, both of which could have been her incentive to keep the Mexican border open, a coup to overturn the 2016 election, and start a war with Russia. Her daughters were supposedly caught bringing drugs back from Mexico in her diplomatic pouch, and she has been accused of doing Privilege Day, trading in the basement of congressional offices before the markets opened. Pelosi charged with treason politics before its news. Now, Pelosi and the Democratic National Committee had evidence against them involving 2020 election voter fraud in collusion with the Chinese Communist Party and other foreign governments. The controversial Dominion voting machines used by states across the nation were believed to have thrown Trump votes to Biden. George Soros was head of the Dominion Board of Directors. Nancy Pelosi's husband was a major Dominion shareholder, as was her former chief of staff and head of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Dianne Feinstein's husband. Biden named retired Admiral Peter Neffenger on his transition committee. Neffenger was president and listed on the board of directors of Smartmatic, which the military verified as having illegally counted U.S. election votes in Germany and other foreign countries. Long ago, attorney Sidney Powell wrote a 270-page document on election fraud that showed a Biden, Harris, and Pelosi linked to foreign interference in U.S. election fraud. Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, Hillary Clinton, and the Clinton Foundation. Former FBI Director James Comey and former Attorney General Loretta Lynch were all suspected to be involved. The document contained affidavits, evidence, testimony from numerous witnesses and sources. Evidently, the communist parties of Iran, Venezuela, Russia, and China worked with Democrats to taint the 2020 election. It detailed interference, origins of voting machine fraud, cybersecurity intrusion into U.S. elections, and military and alphabet testimony. Original link has been taken down. Biden was in the thick of things, and even bragged about it on national TV. Way back on Sunday, the 27th of December 2020, a Ukrainian press conference outlined international corruption sanctioned under a request from Democratic senators and demanded return of billions stolen from the Ukrainian people laundered through what has been referred to as the Biden crime family. Ukraine releases bombshell information on Biden today. Mirror this ASAP prophecy before its news. While serving as vice president in the Obama administration, Joe Biden outwardly bragged on TV about blackmailing a Ukraine prosecutor. Plus, just before the 2020 election was also filmed while admitting, "We have put together the most comprehensive voter fraud organization in the history of politics, and you guys did it for the Obama administration also." For further information, read the following.
Global currency reset. Tuesday, May 26, boosts a big call. New rates have been flashing on redemption center screens, meaning they are going up in value. The in-country rate for Iraqi dinar was rumored to be a little over $6. The Tier 4B rate, us the internet group, would be higher. You can get an even higher contract rate on the dinar through exchanging at a redemption center, not a bank. Trump has announced that the restored republic is here via the global currency reset. One source said that Tier 4B green light would be on Thursday. Judy note, to my knowledge, no one has been privy to the exact information about when Tier 4B will be notified to set redemption exchange appointments. That is the decision of 1 to 2 people, one being President Trump. We only know notification will be around the time of VBS activation and likely during the 10 days of communication. Israel is last. Tuesday, May 26, Trump, hours ago, posted on Truth Social, "I am mandatorily requesting that all countries immediately sign the Abraham Accords." Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, all of them. Recognizing Israel, signing peace or no deal, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Do you understand what you just witnessed? One man just told the entire Muslim world, "You will make peace with Israel, not a suggestion, not a request, a mandate." No president in history has never done this, not even close. They said it was impossible. They said the Middle East would never have peace. They said it would take generations. They laughed at him. He just did it in one Truth Social post. Iran, surrendering its nuclear program. Saudi Arabia being told to recognize Israel. The Strait of Hormuz reopening. American troops coming home in 1 week. And here's what they won't say on television. The Abraham Accords aren't just a peace deal. They're the fulfillment of a prophecy, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares, Isaiah 2:4. For 3,000 years, war in the Holy Land. Empires rose and fell, trying to bring peace to Jerusalem. Rome could not, Britain could not, the UN could not. A 79-year-old man from Queens just did it from his phone. They shot at him Saturday. He posted peace on Monday. They tried to kill the man bringing peace to the Holy Land. Read your Bible. You know exactly what that means. The man they call dictator just ordered peace. And the world is obeying.
"2026. Being Wednesday, it's Insiders Club this evening. So if you want to know more about what's going on in the world, we go into more detail on Wednesdays and on Saturdays. I'll start off by saying that the deep state, the cabal, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call it, is in full and utter panic mode at the moment. And the amount of propaganda that's out there is absolutely incredible. The amount of complete and utter BS that's out there is unreal. They are pumping it out, desperate to hang on to their narrative. And it's falling apart. And I thank God for that, because people are waking up to their lies. And it is, in very simple terms, lies. They call it propaganda, but it's lies. It's blatant lies. And we're seeing right through it. And we're destroying their whole plan. And their plan was quite clear, which I started telling the world about 7 years ago. Their plan was to shut down the world's economy for a global financial reset. And on the journey of that, we uncovered the World Economic Forum's plan to reduce the population by 95%, of which you were to be removed. That was their plan. But the world is waking up. The world is waking up to what's going on. And thank God that the world is waking up. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is International inspectors have reportedly found dozens of hidden chemical weapon sites in Syria. The inspectors are from an organisation called the OPCW, which investigates chemical weapons around the world. They are now checking how dangerous the materials are and whether any of them could still be used. The discovery is raising new security concerns across the Middle East.
Well, this again is a little eye opener, and this is what I just told you about. And of course, Syria is one of those countries that Israel is trying to grab land from. So they're using exactly the same playbook. Instead of saying weapons of mass destruction, they've got lots of chemical weapons. And they'll have their own inspectors that apparently are the world's official ones. And this is all part of the way that they do it. The easy part from our point of view, is they've got no new playbook. They're using the old playbook. So we can see it coming from a mile away. My next story is interesting because if you're going to move a cabinet meeting, you just normally let the cabinet know we're doing it in a different location. But the fact that Donald Trump has published it on Truth Social, that the cabinet meeting today won't be on their road trip to Camp David due to the weather, it will be in the White House. The fact that it's put out there publicly is what I said yesterday about telegraphing, where they're putting out information to distract from something else. What they're doing and why they're doing, I don't know. I've learned to sit back and watch. And as I said, like a game of chess, grandmasters move a piece but don't move a piece. So pretend to move a piece and don't move a piece, or do something else. This is all part of the get a reaction, to see what reaction is coming from the other side. This is all part of their agenda. My next story is quite interesting, because any government that puts foreigners above their own people, by the nature of that, is treasonous. Let that sink in. Any government that puts foreigners before its own people is by its nature treasonous and illegitimate. This is a time for people to wake up, because what's happening at the moment in the UK and in Europe and Australia, New Zealand, and even America, governments that put foreigners, refugees, asylum seekers, that's what they call them, ahead of their own people. There was a gentleman yesterday who had his home taken off him. He was a British-born national passport holder, taxpayer, had his house taken off him. For whatever reason. Maybe got into debt. But then there's a man from North Africa that arrived by boat with a criminal record, who got put in a 4-star hotel when he arrived illegally. And when questioned and asked who brought him here, his answer was the British government. They brought him there. They gave him a phone. They gave him an income. They gave him a hotel. He's currently waiting for a house. That is an illegitimate and treasonous government. Let that sink in. True.
Next up, Congressman Brandon Gill has walked out to a huge and electric crowd at Ken Paxton's victory celebration in Texas. Gill told supporters, "We are sending a fighter to Washington to deport all illegal aliens and get Save America Act passed." The atmosphere was intense as Republican supporters celebrated what many are calling a major political turning point in Texas.
Well, that follows on perfectly with what I'm saying about deporting these people that shouldn't even be in our countries. And it's time that the UK and Europe followed suit. My next story is about the data centers that they're attempting to build, which are taking millions and millions of gallons of water for cooling, taking our water supply away. This is all part of a dystopian system. The deep state wants this for control. This is totalitarian. This is a dictator's dream. Don't fall for the lies that they're telling you. This is all about control. And this is being shown as part of the movie to wake people up. A lot of people go, no, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine until you can't do anything, you can't go anywhere. Being sold to you as, it benefits you. But it's a digital prison that once you're in it, you'll never get out of it. I'll leave you with that thought, and if you want to know more about it, join the Insiders Club. My link is in the bio. We'll see you there. Have a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Voter fraud. Tuesday, May 26, Democrat operatives were convicted for faking signatures on Obama's presidential petition to be put on the ballot 3 years after the 2008 election. It sounds like he should never have been president. He should have never legally been president or even on the ballot. JFK Awakening on Telegram. Democrat operatives were from Indiana. They were charged and convicted, and I'm guessing that they confessed. But they didn't just help Obama, they also used fake signatures to help Hillary Clinton get on the ballot. Obama did not have enough of the 500 signatures needed, with 100 to 200 fraudulent signatures found by prosecutors to even qualify to be put on the ballot. We should never have seen this traitor. These fake signatures were not found until 3 years later, which would have completely changed the outcome and our history. Obama should not have won. Moving on to Kentucky, prosecutors stated that 20 public officials stole elections by buying votes, sending $400,000 to buy 8,000 votes over several elections. Massive fraud was also found in Philadelphia's 2008 and 2012 Pennsylvania elections by illegal voting, tampering with voting machines, adding fake votes. They also found voting by non-registered individuals, voting divisions with more votes than voters, individuals voting more than once, and voting by non-U.S. citizens. It appears to me that if you take all the cheating out, all of this fraud, I don't see how the Democrats could have won an election in years, decades, to be honest with you.
So let's begin. Let's see, where are we? To my producer, we have an image to pop up. Pardon me, I've got some tech issues at my end. There it is. We're taking a look at the president. It was the calm before the storm. Well, how interesting is that? What do you make of the terminology there and the imagery? Because this was published by President Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is a very good and it should bring a little peace to the frustratingly apparently slow, but very hardworking people at the back. We're in it now. We have been for some time. We know that. We've been in the storm for the longest time. It's been concealed directly from the adversary, which means it's been concealed from a great proportion of the planet. But those of us who can sort of read between the lines know that we've been in this state of war for some time. It's been executed, as you said at the beginning, John, quite importantly, under a well-established set of rules and laws. He's a law and order president. And what he means by that is everything that he has done under his administration, all three of them, has been based in law. And that's important because you cannot afford to have the biggest gun wins as the single metric by which governance is determined. And so everything has taken time. We've explained that before. It's all taken time. It's all been under a set of laws. And now we've come to that stage where the truth is going to be revealed more directly. We're in the storm. The storm hasn't been waiting. It's here. Retribution has been affected, and now it's coming to light. So the people will begin to see exactly what's been happening in the background for many, many, many years.
I believe this trip, and certainly the fake news apparatus did not cover it from this perspective. I think this trip was equally, if not greater, in terms of shifting the tides between us, China, and world events.
And summary of what's going on with China specifically, with all the chief executives wandering across, and apparently it's all business. Well, no. The first and most obvious element, as far as the great unwashed need to know, is that this is now the public normalization of relations with China through Xi Jinping. It started with Xi Jinping's visit to Mar-a-Lago, that very first visit, and that was the first comm saying, we are working hand in hand with this man. Now, publicly, China had to be the bogeyman for the last many, many years since that time, because that served a purpose for them to still be the major trouble facing the US internationally, apart from everything else. But that was for show, because behind the scenes, as we know, Xi Jinping was being supported and helped by Donald Trump consolidate his power internally. Now, Xi Jinping had to take care of his own problems in-house. That's the way it's done. But it was substantial assistance was provided to him so he could remove the troublemakers within his own country, because it's not like it's one amorphous mass. These are factions vying for more power, more money. There's nothing communist about this country. It's just a kleptocracy. And so the assistance was provided. The organization was cleared. The decks were cleared. And now we've reached that stage in the operation where that public cooperation with China through Xi Jinping, and that's critical, will get bigger and better. If you look at the key players, there's this continuity that has to be publicly portrayed. Change of leadership destabilizes the people emotionally. But you've seen Modi in India, you've got Putin in Russia, you've got Xi Jinping in China, and the same faces are there, and there's that stability. And you don't change characters halfway through a show when a character still has longevity, where a character has a role to play, and that stability. You know what it's like. In entertainment, in a movie, the people have to have a strong emotional connection with the characters. They either have to hate them or they have to love them. But anything in between, that character is removed from the show. So we've had characters that we're familiar with, we know, like, and trust them, inverted commas, or we know, don't like, and don't trust them. It doesn't matter. But that stability of characters in the show allows the people to continue following the storyline without having to be introduced to a new character. And I'm not sure how I feel about this guy or this girl. Who are they? Excuse me. And that's why this has been critical from the very beginning. For the White Hats, DJC and the White Hats, to get a hold of Xi Jinping and help him. Now, second part, China it's not a house of cards. It's more like a Potemkin village. A Potemkin village is a term used. It's an apocryphal story under a Russian story, where the Empress of Russia was floating down a barge, and Potemkin, her foreign minister, decided to throw up these wooden cutouts of what looked like happy villages. So as she sailed through, the Russian countryside looked like it was in good shape. It was just facade. China is very much like that economically, and Blainhold alluded to this, economically, but even in terms of population, we're hearing stories that they're nowhere near 1 billion people. That demographically, that was impossible to achieve simply because with the one child China policy, it smashed the demography of the country. And so they're not as populous. The economy is not as grand as it says it is. It's in trouble. It has problems everywhere. And at the top, you've got this kleptocracy that is trying to steal everything from everybody, and it's about to fall down. But the US cannot allow the facade of China to collapse. It continues playing its role in this show because there are still a lot of people in China that need to be looked after in terms of preventing national famine, national economic collapse. DJT and the White Hat's no more interest in collapsing China that way than they do watching the rest of the world collapse, because the cost would be too high, for example. Not that China's not familiar with it. But this is important. They're going to keep propping up the image of China. They have to prop up the reality of China. And so this moment in history is very, very important. China is now going to become part of the solution as opposed to part of the problem in a public sense. And that's what's going on now. And it ties in very nicely with the counterterrorism strategy which Donald J. Trump released just recently, and the approach that DJT is taking with counterterrorism, which is no longer disaffected people with AK-47s. We know that terrorism has many parts: narco-terrorism, the trafficking, the control of the money. It's nothing to do with ideology. Never was, doesn't now. But now China's going to be playing a bigger role in that entire strategy globally as the US adapts terrorism and its approach to peace on Earth across the Western Hemisphere, across the Middle East, across Africa, Asia and Southern Asia, all those areas that need to be taken care of. We are now seeing the big four, let's say, standing up together, and there's that continuity of image which is critical, helping us move forward. So it's a really Blaine did a good job on the analysis. I hope I've added a little bit more to it, but China is now publicly going to become great friends with the US and Donald J. Trump.
Cuba in the spotlight. What's happening?
Yeah, I think you also know that U.S. naval vessels are surrounding Cuba, and I hope I'm right on this one, but I think they're about to do a Venezuela on Cuba. So they're going to go in. There's been a lot of talk from the U.S. representatives in, say, Florida, who represent a lot of Cubans, a lot of support for Cuba in the United States for obvious reasons. And they're very excited about what's about to occur. And I think that's as simply as I can put it. They're about to do a Venezuela in Cuba. They won't remove. It's not regime change. Raul will take a long walk off a short pier, as we say in Australia. But it won't be regime change. It might be leadership change. But that new leader, just like the deputy president of Venezuela, who she took over when Maduro went, the deputy leader of Cuba will take over. Apparently, it'll be along those lines, and the country will continue running quite smoothly. Again, as we've discussed previously, changing the entire regime is just hard work. Just change the man or woman at the top, make sure the orders keep going through the established channels, the country continues functioning, disaster, economic collapse is avoided, the people get on with their life, and things just start getting better. And the truth will come out in time. But, excuse me, but right now, the important thing is just continuity of living, just getting on with life and making sure the people and the systems survive this next few months and years.
He says Trump will eventually make the legal case that the national debt was created through fraud, and fraud vitiates everything. Combined with the Amendment 14, Section 4, the debt will shrink to nearly nothing. Trump then pays it off, brings us fully into the new system. That's why I started with the currency. And the central bank loses all leverage over the American people permanently. We're going to jump into some other aspects of the economy. But before we do, sir, how would you like to weigh in on the new currency and the comments here from X22 Report?
The currency issue is a big one, both in a very practical sense, but in a symbolic sense. Now, let's just start with the easy stuff. DJT's photograph and signature on the money, and the haters will say, "Oh, it's just an ego trip." It's got nothing to do with that. Trump's got a healthy ego. He doesn't need that. He knows who the hell he is. The meaning, the visual imagery of DJT and his signature on the money is basically the big comp saying the Fed no longer controls the money. This is the final nail in their coffin. This is the big sign saying, we won, you lost, sucks to you, in a very blunt sense. That's why that's important. And people have got to see that, why DJT's face and his signature there. They now control it. Now, the new Fed chair's been sworn in, happy days. They infiltrated him many years ago. He learnt the system in and out, then sat quietly for a number of years, and now he's just popped up and he's the Fed chair. It's almost like somebody planned it. so that's the part about the Fed. Is this going to happen? Is this going to happen sooner rather than later? Well, what a gift for the 250th anniversary of independence, financial independence after a long, long time of financial servitude. So I'm not surprised it's going to happen before July 4. In fact, it makes sense to exactly do that. As I said before, the people need something real to celebrate, not just another nothing burger or hopium statement. They need something real. And with that money coming out, it's just so visually and emotionally and psychologically as well as practically important. I'll leave it there, but that's my take on the money issue.
Todd Blanche announced that James Comey may face 20 years behind bars. What's your comment about that? And do you think we will begin to see now that Comey's been bagged, for lack of a better term, do you think we will now see the rest of those folks tied to Russiagate arrested before July 4th? Speculation, I understand, but what's your views on Comey's potential 20 years behind bars and the rest of the folks that must be having a bad hair day today? We'll call it like that. What are your views?
He's sweating like a turkey who knows that Thanksgiving's coming. It is a drive-by issue without a doubt in terms of the scale of the issue, but it's still critical because it's easier for the people viewing the show to see things that they can grasp. Similar with your drive-by stories, that's why they're still important. Is James Comey important? Yes, he's important. He's a player. Is he going to be punished? Yes, he has been, but you get the message. He's going to be punished. Is it important that people see this? Absolutely, because speaking about the fine subtleties of crypto, it's just beyond many, many people, me included. Don't get me wrong. I don't even pretend to understand everything about crypto. The big picture issues, yes, I get it, but the finer detail. And so the drive-by issues like Comey are important to the people. That's what they're going to be celebrating, say, for example, on the 4th of July, simply because they're not going to take down, I wouldn't see them taking down everybody in the Russiagate. But in terms of this issue needs to be addressed and this one and this, let's pick the major issues and let's get wins across those major issues. So deep down, the people in the United States across the various demographic and psychographic groups they represent, there's something in it for everybody. The people that like the big picture, they'll be satisfied. The people that like the little picture, they'll be satisfied. The people that want the goss on who did what to whom and when, they'll be satisfied. But you won't be getting all the Russiagate people arrested. Just enough, this is the way I'd play it, if I was sitting around the table, just enough for everybody to walk away from that particular episode and say, wow, that was a great show. Similarly with what we're seeing now, we love what's happening. We know what's going to happen. We want to see it, but what we want to see is very, very different. And so in terms of what DJT, the White Hats, and have been projecting out to the population of the globe, and you've got to understand, this is global. They have had to meet the needs and desires of so many different psychographic and demographic groups internationally. So everybody gets something out of it. So if you're sitting there wondering, well, why did they put that in? I don't understand why DJT said that or did. That doesn't make sense. It's silly. That's because it wasn't meant for you. It was meant for somebody else that wants to know that. So leading up to now, what's going to happen with Comey? Again, the typical Bosie long answer to a short question. My apologies. What's happening with Comey is that's important because there are people that want to see Comey go down because they know that he's a bad man and they need to see that happen. And do they care about crypto? Yeah, but that's for somebody else to worry about. I want Comey to go down and I want it to happen before July 4 or whatever. So there'll be enough. If you pick the sort of the top tier of issues that need to be addressed, my guess is there'll be enough in each of those tiers that will be addressed before July 4. Which ones I can't say, but enough. So everybody then has something genuine to celebrate on that wonderful day, and they'll remember it for the rest of their lives. They really will. It's going to be fantastic.
Okay, President Trump, as for my promise to you, the Department of War has released the first tranche of UFO UAP files to the public for their review and study. In an effort for complete and maximum transparency, what a concept, it was my honor to direct my administration to identify and provide government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and unidentified flying objects. Whereas previous administrations, boom, have failed to be transparent on this subject. With these new documents and videos, the people can decide for themselves what the hell is going on. Have fun and enjoy. President Donald J. Trump, and I encourage everyone to go to ward/UFO at the conclusion of this show. This is extraordinary. And again, I'll refer back to the conversation of consequence I had with Dr. Jerome Corsi. He had a lot to say about this as well, and the formation of Space Force, which to some extent began during JFK and certainly now fully, well, not fully, but revealed, released, and being utilized in many capacities. But I find this extraordinary that we're visiting this subject now. What's your take on that? I mean, let's put up the next image. This will be interesting. Put up the next image to our producer, and then we'll unleash Ricardo to comment on all this. There it is. Okay, now this was a screenshot, Rick, of the actual video. I'm sure you've seen it, of the president with these men in suits and the military man in uniform there. You can see what looks like a military base behind the president, and they were walking. And here's this sort of some fashion or the chained, off-planet entity. Call him, her, it, what you choose. President Trump posts an image of himself walking a chained gray alien at what looks like a military base on his Truth Social account. Now, that previous post I just read and this, what's happening here?
I love it. Okay, big picture, biggest of big pictures. You might recall that Werner von Braun's secretary, and Werner von Braun was the Nazi scientist that created the V1, V2 rockets that were hitting London during World War II. And he was part of Operation Paperclip, like many other Nazis that were allowed into the US and then used to advance US-based cabal operations, not US operations, US-based cabal. Like Heinrich Müller, head of the Gestapo, apparently he was recruited in Switzerland and came to the US and worked as part of Operation Paperclip to advance cabal-based ops in the US. And so Werner von Braun told his secretary, the last thing that the last thing that will happen will be a fake alien invasion, and they're going to be that'll be the last move of the cabal. And so that's out there. So what DJT is doing here, he's getting ahead of the curve. He's taking control, as they have done consistently from the beginning. They know what the narrative was going to be, the cabal-led narrative, and they jumped in front at every turn and then directed it to their favor. This is exactly that. They know that the cabal was planning the fake alien invasion. And what's DJT? He's actually got himself in the picture. This is brilliant. I love it. Whoever composed the shot's brilliant. He's got himself in the picture with this very, sort of buff-looking alien. But the buff-looking alien is in chains. So what's the message there? DJT's in control of the whole ET issue. And they don't like being called aliens. They like being called ETs. So we've got the image here is that DJT is in charge of the entire ET issue, which is a comm to the remaining blackouts saying we are really out. I mean, not only did we lose the money, we've even lost our last move, which is going to be the alien ET card. And so that's all it is. It's just a continuation of the same procedure they have used for many years now. Know what the adversary is going to do, get a hold of it, jump in front of it, lead it in the direction they want, and make sure that they can minimize any downside that was intended by blackouts. And this is the same. And we're going to find out there are extraterrestrials. We are going to find out that they've been on this piece of rock for a long, long time, much longer than we can imagine. We're going to find out there are ET tech that's been reverse engineered and flown by US pilots for a long time. We're going to find out a whole bunch of things, but he intelligently said, hey, I'll release the files and you can make up your own mind. Now, is everything going to come out at once? No, of course not. It'll come out at a rate that is digestible. Now, what do I mean by that? Just the existence of other life forms will be difficult for a lot of fundamentalist religions, Christians included, but not just Christians, because they view anything that's not of this earth as it's either demonic or angelic, and there's nothing in between. And so they've got to make sure that what isn't made available is not going to destabilize these very key groups too quickly. Over time, as people pass, and we're talking generations now, as generations pass, and the younger generations that grew up with the idea, they're not so challenged. The older generations, they're going to find some difficulty. As they pass, more and more come out. This will happen over decades, and eventually, maybe in 100 years, so what's that, 4 or 5 generations, more and more truth will have come out. A lot's going to come out. Enough's going to come out to shake people. But there's a lot that needs to be held back.